Hi, Richard. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close down the testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi,
Richard. It's Richard from KCRT.
how are you doing?
Okay,
That's good.
we're on YouTube Live too, so your audio is being recorded. So anything particular?
Everything's good.
Oh, okay, you raised your hand, so I wanted to make sure since I know you.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be commenting about the Regla Sister City Committee and an action we just took.
Okay, so just when they call the item, just raise your hand then.
Okay,
All right.
all right.
Hope you're doing well.
I know I'm early.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
I believe we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Absent Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And let me go back to Councilmember Bates. Is he here? Okay, he's absent.
Okay, would you run the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la secretaria municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest they would like to declare? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda? Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, first of all, Mr. Mayor, I would like to, this was an error. Item I3 should have went under consent calendar. I had it in my email when I sent it to Trina. She missed it. It was purely an accident on her part. It's really a non-controversial issue. It could go on consent calendar. It has already been discussed with the planning director to provide some, a little staff support on some of these issues that the Homeless Task Force is working on with a subcommittee that I'm a part of. And so can we just move that to consent calendar?
If no one objects, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor,
uh,
I'm asking H25 be removed from this consent calendar.
H25.
Yes.
Okay, did you talk to, well, okay, that's put on by council members. Okay, off consent, okay. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I had one more thing.
Okay,
H5, I think it may be already removed by a community member, but it looks like Pam says yes, so forget it.
so did whoever removed it talk to staff about it?
Item H4 and H5 emails were sent to the city attorney's office. I did not see a response, but they were sent to the city attorney's office.
Well, what do you mean never sent? They're
Emails for conversation were sent to the city attorney's office. I'm not sure if the city attorney got back to the
did the conversation take place? Because if it didn't, then it cannot be.
Teresa?
Yes, on item H4, the item, we attempted to reach out and did not have any luck. I'm going to just check in with Bruce to make sure that situation has not changed since I was in closed session.
Yes, no, I sent the citizen who sent the emails an email early this afternoon asking her to call me to address her concerns. And then I'd say about 2:00 this afternoon or so, I called her because I received her phone number and got her voicemail and left her a message and asked her to phone me. I have not, as of this point, received a phone call or an email from her.
Okay, so H4 stays on the consent calendar. What was the other one you wanted off, Councilmember McLaughlin?
H5, and I have had a couple of conversations with the city attorney on H5, so I would like that removed. If, I know some other council member, some other community members may have also, I don't know, but at least I know I did.
Okay.
I would really like to see H4 removed as well, just because I don't understand it. I would have had a conversation about it if I had, I understood a community member was going to ask about that. I mean, it sounds like there was an effort. I don't see why we can't discuss that.
Well, I'm just following the rules. If you guys want
Um,
to break from the rules, you can make a motion and we can suspend the rules and take it off.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we take that off. It's just for an explanation. It might be very simple. So I would move that we suspend the rules to remove item H4 so we can get an explanation from the city attorney.
Is there a second? I don't hear a second.
I second that.
Okay, I do hear a second. Okay, I guess call the roll, Madam Clerk. We need
Councilmember Bates?
5 votes to suspend the rules.
Yes. Councilmember Bates? Is absent. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Martinez? Is
Yes.
absent. Oh, yes, okay. Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes,
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
Councilmember
The
Bates
motion
is,
fails.
Councilmember Bates is here now.
Councilmember Bates, how are you voting?
May I go along with it? Yes.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Vice Mayor Johnson voting no.
Okay, so I've got I3 being added to the consent calendar, H25, H4 and H5 being taken off the consent calendar and considered.
I have another like H18 and H19, and I was able to talk to the HR director, and we agree that it should be in the consent calendar. I will like if maybe we can have then after the conversation of the stimulus for
H19, did you say?
H18 and
H-
H19,
Both of them?
both are.
And you talked to,
HR director Anil.
okay, all right. Any more? Okay, I guess that's it, Madam Clerk, for the consent calendar. Well, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made in closed session.
And next item is report from the city manager.
Sure, two brief items for you. One isn't super happy news, but we have been trying to work with the county and the state to understand the guidelines that might be in place over the next month or so. And given what we currently understand in conjunction with how difficult it is to do large scale events in terms of the planning that it takes, in conjunction with the fact that we don't think that we would be able to meet the requirements due to COVID for large gatherings, we just want people to officially know that there is, again, not going to be any 3rd of July fireworks here. In other happier news, we want to remind folks that the city has grant funds available to help with sewer lateral replacements. So sewers that go from your home until the point that the city is responsible for it in the street. If you have done any sewer lateral work from July 1st of last year until June 30th of this year, we are accepting applications to help reimburse homeowners, eligible homeowners, for a portion of that work. So that funding, that information is available on our website in the public works section. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is open forum for public comment.
Echo.
Everyone needs to mute themselves if you aren't speaking.
Okay, under open forum, this is a chance for the public to speak on items that remained on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We do have a number of speakers, and I'll turn it over to Justwar to call the speakers, please.
Okay, I have 10 speakers so far: Jovanka Beckles, Michelle Seville, Alicia Gallo, Tarnell Abbott, Gary Hurlbut, Ross Harris, Mark Wasberg, Steve Bischoff, Oscar Garcia, and Katrinka Ruck. I'll go ahead and start with Jovanka Beckles. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Jovanka Beckles, and I want to comment on the events on Monday at the RNCC. I saw what seemed like a very, very disrespectful approach to dealing with community volunteers, community members, and residents on Monday. The RNCC was supposed to have heard a presentation by the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Instead, the committee found out about a few hours before the meeting was to start that they were canceled, but instead, the RNCC agendized an item, how to organize to support police. I believe that that's not a democratic way to deal with any issues, particularly from an organization that's supposed to be representing the community. And so to have disrespected the volunteers like that, does not demonstrate a desire to really unite in community, because this is not an attack against the RPD. This is an opportunity for us to take some of the load off of them and take some of the load off our community, right? Take the load off of them by allowing them the time and resources to address real crimes. I saw the post about confiscating guns. We'll do that. But what we need is police. What makes our communities safe is when communities have resources that they need. When communities utilize organizations like mental health professionals, Ceasefire, ONS, SOS, even our pal that's teaching kids discipline and respect and love for self. So what makes us safe is not police. What makes us safe is having the resources that the communities need. So why not invest in these type of things, libraries and parks, right? That makes communities safe. Let's take some of the budget from police, because this is a call throughout the country, right, for something different. And I recognize, that change, something different is scary. And as my council member Willis stated the other day, change is indeed scary, but it's inevitable. And so I really thank council member for that. And I thank all the council members and community members who understand that it's time. The time is now to reinvest in our communities and use the money that was, that the cops had.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Seville. Michelle, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Seville, resident of El Sobrante and member of the Richmond, California Regula Cuba Friendship Committee. I would like to let you know that our committee just voted to join with the Saving Lives campaign and with the Global Health Partners to help Cuba respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. By raising $75,000, this campaign will rush syringes to Cuba to offset the current shortage there. And this will enable the Cuban population to be vaccinated against the coronavirus using Cuba's own vaccines. Our organization is making a $500 donation to Global Health Partners, which has a U.S. Department of Commerce license to send medical supplies to Cuba. Richmond was one of the first cities in the nation whose city council voted to end the embargo against Cuba. And it is our hope that during the Biden administration, we will see that happen. Individual tax deductible donations can also be made to the syringe campaign at ghpartners.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alicia Gallo. Alicia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. My name is Alicia Gall. I'm the Interim Executive Director with Richmond Main Street. I appreciate this opportunity to share an exciting update related to our work to revitalize Richmond's historic downtown commercial corridor. On Saturday, May 8th, we co-hosted the inaugural workday of a new partnership between Richmond Main Street and the Reentry Success Center Men's Group, which has officially adopted the community green space located at Harbor Way and McDonald Avenue. Richmond Main Street has been working with Reentry Success Center on this partnership for nearly 3 years. We were actually ready to launch the partnership last year, but the pandemic forced us to put it on hold. In total, on May 8th, 19 individuals contributed 57 hours of service and collected 65 bags of debris. We're really grateful for the Reentry Success Center staff, their men's group, and the City of Richmond Parks and Landscaping team for their support in bringing this partnership to fruition. From this one workday alone, the community green space is already looking a lot better. We thank the community for their patience as we navigated the COVID situation and worked really hard to establish this partnership with Reentry Success Center. And we look forward to continuing this partnership with Reentry Success Center and their men's group, which will provide ongoing monthly caretaking and in the near future, as long as COVID conditions will allow socially distanced activities for RSC members and the community. And lastly, I invite anyone who's interested in learning more about this project and our work downtown to please connect with us. The best way to do that at the moment is to go to our website, richmondmainstreet.org. We look forward to partnering with other members of the community and continuing a fruitful partnership with the City of Richmond as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I'm going to speak to you again about the AstraZeneca toxic waste site, which it's a crime to allow housing to be built on. There's a lot of reasons why, but sea level rise, as we have learned from Dr. Christina Hill of UC Berkeley, is going to happen. And even if everybody on Earth changed the way that they did things right now, it would still take many years to slow down the global warming because the damage has already been done. The AstraZeneca site is actually composed of toxic waste from over 100 years of dumping heavy metals and byproducts of agricultural research. Because the waste was simply dumped onto the ground, there is no bottom to the dump site. So as sea level rises, toxic materials will be washed out into San Francisco Bay. This will affect the health of the entire Bay Area, from those who fish and feed their families to the birds and marine life, and from the commercial fishing industry to those who use the bay for recreation. We have the opportunity to safeguard the health of San Francisco Bay by insisting on a complete cleanup of the AstraZeneca site to residential standards before anything is built at that location. An incomplete cleanup will endanger the bay as well as the health of those who live in the proposed units. Sea level rise will also push the toxics up and inland, up through foundation cracks, even minute cracks, and will make the VOCs enter the buildings through those cracks and through cracks in seals, plumbing seals. So please do not allow this to happen for the sake of the future residents and all of us who all live downstream and downwind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gary Hurlbut. Gary, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Gary?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. I'm Gary Hurlbut. I'm a resident of Richmond. Now, I'd like to read most of a press release I sent to you via email last week, is saying that my wife, Mary, and I are very excited to announce our launching of a new 501c3, the Hurlbut Benevolent Fund. We've been planning for some time to support our long-term goals of giving back to our communities and enriching the lives of our fellow citizens and beyond. In order to properly focus on this new initiative, we need to reduce our current involvement in some Richmond organizations. Effective immediately, Maren will be working with the Recreation and Parks Commission and the City Council to transition from her membership and chair of that commission. I will be working with the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council to transition from my role in that board of directors. We both feel very honored and privileged to have served in these roles over the past 2 years and very much value the personal and professional relationships that have developed. We expect our current roles with the Richmond Tennis Association and the Hurlbut Tennis and Garden Park in Point Richmond to remain unabated. Some examples of initiatives we expect to pursue are expansion, number one, expansion of the food distribution program to needy Richmond families that we have recently sponsored during the COVID crisis through a collaboration with Richmond Works, computer and hotspot giveaways to Richmond low-income families, Richmond tree trimming to increase public safety, particularly to our schools, financial sponsorship of the annual snowball event, and then also other initiatives in our hometown back in Connecticut. We look forward to continuing to contribute to the active and healthy lifestyles of our fellow residents in Richmond, as well as ourselves in this new role. We are not going away. We're just redefining our activities to better align our life goals, and you'll be hearing more from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ross Harris. Ross, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Ross Harris, and I oppose defunding the Richmond Police Department. Among the issues with the proposals of the task force, there seems to be a lack of transparency with these proposals. My questions include, what exactly are the credentials of the 21 members of Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force? What sort of training do they have? Do they all live in Richmond? Do they have previous experience creating these types of policies? Have they been successful? If so, what are some examples? Have they spent time patrolling Richmond with the police to get a sense of what they do? What are the exact facts and data about policing in Richmond that the task force is using that suggest the Richmond Police Department needs to be defunded? Richmond has a high crime rate with regular shootings and a lot of violent crime. There were 6 shootings from Sunday, May 9th to Sunday, May 16th. If the police are further defunded, there will be even less policing investigating these shootings and collecting evidence. This is a danger to the community. Untrained volunteers and social workers shouldn't be put in a position to deal with these matters. One of the more particularly troubling proposals from the task force is the plan to consider developing an alternative method of traffic enforcement led by unarmed civilians. This is wildly irresponsible and not well thought out and will likely lead to injuries and lawsuits. Chief Magnus had helped the city of Richmond tremendously with his vision of policing. It seems foolish to turn our backs to what he had helped implement. To be clear, I do support certain proposals of the task force, increasing funding to the ONS, to Youth Works, to SOS, and to creating a community crisis response program. But I do not think that these should come at the expense of the already defunded police force, especially when considering the recent shootings and rise in violent crime. I also support efforts to give the Richmond Police Department additional training to help when they encounter certain situations, particularly when they might be dealing with someone with mental health issues, and supplementing the RPD with other trained professionals, not volunteers without any proper training. This seems like a reasonable proposal to pursue. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, the mayor in Portland, Oregon was out there protesting with Antifa to burn down the federal courthouse. And now since the police left, he's over there crying for the police to come back, but they're not going to come back. See, this is how stupid this mayor is. Now Antifa's having a field day, destroying the whole entire city. People can't go to work. They don't have a livelihood. They're scared to leave their homes. Now, you want to go ahead and defund the police? It just be like it was in Richmond in 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. When the violence got so bad, they wanted to call out the National Guard. They had to bring in the FBI to crack down on these gangsters. Now, you liberal idiots out there want to go ahead and do this same dumb stuff that these anarchists are doing. Well, you go right ahead. I want every cop there in Richmond to take a 1-month leave of absence and see what happens. I will guarantee within 2 days, you will be on the phone calling for the police to come back. Now, this is the most stupidest thing I ever did. And now that idiot mayor of Portland, Oregon, he's asking the citizens to go after Antifa to take off their mask and call the police. But the police ain't there. They were smart. They left. You think the police are going to be in a city where the city council do not want these people, where the mayor do not want these people? All these organizations that you talk about, ceasefire and this other stuff, it's all just a joke. Ain't nothing happened. Ceasefire was supposed to start in 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, dummy. When I was out there, gangsters running around AKs, Uzis, and MAC 10s. I know. I was in a ride along with the Richmond PD 3 times. I went to a shooting where that 5-year-old boy got shot with a shotgun blast, chasing drug dealers inside the Iron Triangle. Most of the violence is inside the Iron Triangle with the black criminals in the black neighborhoods. That's where most of it's all at. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, Mayor Butt and City Council members, I am Steve Bischoff. I'm a resident of May Valley. I've lived in Richmond since 1999. I hope you will extend the life of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force through September, and then spend the next couple of months focusing on securing community input on the proposals and on ascertaining the potential impact of pending measures such as AB 988, which could provide crisis intervention funding. And of course, the governor's budget has a number of things in it that will affect things like housing, for example. And whatever, here, we do need to consult with the county because under state law, it is responsible for providing mental health services. So that has to be, I'm not saying that they're doing a wonderful job or anything, but they are responsible and they need to be considered. I think in terms of involving the public, getting public comment, that we should work with neighborhood associations, churches, nonprofits, other community organizations, and of course, businesses and labor groups. We need to make sure people understand what is being proposed and have them have a chance to say what they think about it. They'll need to have information, I think, probably from the police department in terms of what the impact they would see based on shifting funding. And I'm hoping that no funding is actually shifted for a while because there's things we need to find out. We need to find out whether crisis intervention programs elsewhere has been successful in terms of replacing the police intervention in that. We need to check on a number of things too. I think traffic enforcement, which is something I would love to see more of, because we have things like on May Valley, people drive 60 miles an hour sometimes. It's not really very safe. But I'm wondering how traffic enforcement is conducted in areas where it's not done by the police. So my time seems to be having problems here. Okay, thank you very much. I'd be happy to talk further about that.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I am president of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council, and I'm here to speak today about the efforts to cut the police budget. First of all, everyone that I've spoken to about this effort has not heard about it. I mean, and to me, that's very indicative of the lack of transparency in this process, and most importantly, the lack of engagement with those who will be most impacted by this proposal. I also surveyed folks on Facebook, and over 90% of residents responded, 90 responded that they do not want these cuts. Oakland residents also had a similar response when the city did a survey, and there it was closer to 80% were against these type of cuts. Here in the Iron Triangle, the neighborhood has recently had back-to-back murders and significant spike in shootings, all down the street from my house and the houses of a lot of my family. And my mom today actually shared that she's very worried about these police cuts because crime is going to spike just when summer's starting. And, you know, we're all trying to get back to our normal routines after the pandemic. And she's also very worried about how her grandchildren will get safely to school once schools open in the fall. And so the timing couldn't be the worst. So I want to end with a request that for all of the city council members to please reach out and get input from your constituents. I here at the Iron Triangle, we've been having trouble getting our council member to listen to us. I really hope that's not the case for all of the council members. It's important that you respond to your constituents, attend the neighborhood council meetings, and, make sure that you're hearing all perspectives, especially the folks who are going to be living this decision that you're making. So I really would like for you to go out and talk to those that will be most impacted. Thank you very much.
The next speaker will be Katrinka Ruck, and the following 3 speakers after that will be Lisa Johnson, Jan Mignoni, and Councilmember Bates. Katrinka, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, excuse me, Council, and City Manager and staff. Thank you for the time. I just wanted to let everyone know that the Council of Industries, the Chamber, 23rd Street Merchants, and Richmond Main Street have formed a coalition, and we are going out and reaching out to all our restaurants to let them know about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. For those individuals that need information, the phone number to contact for SBA, Small Business Association, which is excuse me, overseeing the program, is 844-279-8898. And I'll repeat, 844-279-8898. And the website is www.sba, that's S as in Sam, B as in boy, A as in apple.gov. They do have people that can help you fill out your applications. They have multiple languages available, so don't be afraid, call them, they'll help you out. And the program applies to not only restaurants, but also food stands, food trucks, food carts, caterers, bars, brew pubs, inns, snack and non-alcoholic beverage bars, bakeries, breweries, wineries, and distilleries. There's some, for breweries, bakeries, and wineries and distilleries, you have to have 30% of your gross receipts going to on-site sales. So please reach out. We're going to continue to reach out to our restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. I'm using my time tonight to speak to the public. Since the RPA regained a council majority in January, we have repeatedly witnessed, once again, their authoritarian approach to leadership. Make no mistake, this type of leadership is no different than what we witnessed with Donald Trump, and quite frankly, both parties in DC who are not working for the best interest of all of the people and this country by listening to each other and compromising to develop balanced and more effective policy. Last Monday was yet another shining example of a calculated abuse of power. We had a real opportunity to strengthen and unite Richmond, but instead, their actions will result in further division and a decline of our city. The 5 RPA council members overseeing last Monday's meeting were not acting in the best interest of all Richmond residents and businesses. Rather, some were building their bullet points for flyers for their next campaign. Sadly, our youth and those in need will suffer the most. Richmond will suffer. These 5 council members are intentionally undermining the democratic process and not seeking the input of all Richmond residents and households by conducting a survey to ascertain their thoughts on reimagining public safety within our city. Why? Oakland just proposed their draft budget for the next 2 years and did not decimate or defund their public safety budget. In fact, OPD saw an increase in funding for each of the next 2 years. As their mayor stated, we polled our community and 78% said they did not support reducing the number of officers. If anything, they wanted more. So why is Richmond council members refusing to conduct such a poll in our city? Sadly, Chief French was never even allowed to speak last Monday and provide a balanced counter to what the public heard from a portion of the task force. When staff provides appropriate and prudent guidance to these council members, they are undercut and even blamed for actions that some of these council members voted on years ago. My hope is that the public will insist that this effort has adequate community input and an opportunity for the community at large to make the most of this opportunity to strengthen our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jan Mignoni. Jan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm Jan Mignoni. I am the president of the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council. And I'd like to respond a bit to Javanka's comments. On April 30th, first I'm going to say this. The RNCC meets the second Monday of every month, and we have for many, many years. So when I was asked on April 30th, Friday, April 30th, to try to put together the task force to come to my meeting on May 10th, I started to work on Monday morning. On Wednesday morning, I get a phone call from the city saying, oh, they're going to be meeting on May 10th at the city council on a special city council meeting. So I sent out to everyone, we're going to push our meeting back a week, but we will not have the task force speak because I'm giving you the opportunity to hear them speak at city council. In regards to us being rude, the RNCC has very specific bylaws. And the bylaws state if you are not there representing a neighborhood, you don't have the right to speak. I felt I was being very fair to give many of the task force participants a chance to speak and let them tell us what they've been working on. This was the first time I've heard from anyone on the task force that they want to collaborate with the neighborhood councils and the neighbors themselves. They want to work with us. So I am pleading with the city council, please do not put this into effect on June 30th. Please let us all work together, make this a much better situation for all, and let us, survive. I've been in Richmond all of my life, give or take, and I support this city with all my heart. I believe that this is a great place to live, and I support Richmond with everything I have. That's why I volunteer thousands of hours to this city. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councilmember Bates. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, council members and public. For many years, the Richmond has had a slogan of pride and purpose. And this slogan does not apply to the taxpayers and the citizenry, but also to the government agencies. I've been receiving numerous telephone calls, and I hope some of my colleagues have also been receiving calls, such as the vegetation, almost 2 feet on Carson and Cutting Boulevard in the Hilltop area, in the El Sobrante fire zone area. Many abandoned vehicles, campers throughout this city, many who do not even have a valid California registration. Now, city staff are probably the most informed individuals in the city. And I cannot understand how our staff daily can drive around this city and see situations and don't even take the opportunity to report it to the appropriate authorities. This is not just the citizens' pride and purpose. This is also the employees' pride and purpose. If you see something, report it. Don't just ignore it. And I ask, where is the pride and purpose? It's non-existent in the city of Richmond. And until we collectively be responsive and start cleaning up this city, it's going to continue to be a junk. We don't want to be like Oakland nor Berkeley. Let's do our job together. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one last speaker, Savitri Khalsa. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Dear Richmond City Councilors, City Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, and City staff, my family and I live in Richmond, and we do not support the proposed Reimagining Public Safety Task Force recommendations for the City of Richmond. Please fully fund our police force. Please be very deliberate in your decisions for the city's police force funding as the 2021-2022 budget is prepared. Oakland is funding its police department. Did you see this past week? They chose to increase funding for its police department. When surveyed, 78% of Oakland residents said that they want at least current levels, if not more police in their city. Gather citywide input. Will the city of Richmond survey the entire city and the Richmond residents to find out what their opinion is on this basic city service? It is not responsible city leadership to have a small group of 21 individuals, the Reimagining Safety Task Force make budget recommendations that are not supported by Richmond residents citywide. Do not be fooled by misleading data. You know, they always talk about statistics and damn statistics, lying with statistics. The number of statements that I've seen regarding data put out by many individuals regarding what is safe and good public safety for the city, it's overwhelming. It makes your head swim. But it's very obvious that we as a city need our police staff. We have a very high ratio of crime to each resident, and we need to make sure that people are protected. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, the next item is,
Mayor?
yes, what?
I just wanted to make a quick correction for the record because I was mentioned in the public comment.
Okay.
Yes, I have been unable to make the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council meetings because they come in conflict with other meetings I conduct for work. However, if there are any communications or special considerations that I need to make at specific meetings, like I did before for the Beldingwood Neighborhood Council, who usually meets on Tuesdays, following up with Trina or one of those staff members are the best way to try to coordinate that so I can participate. But showing up to everyone comes into conflict to the day-to-day obligations that I have. So just wanted to put that out there in response.
Okay, the next item is the consent calendar. We have moved item I3 to the consent calendar, and we have removed the following items. H4, H5, H18, H19, and H25. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Willis. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
You're muted, Ms. Pam.
Thank you. Okay, we're voting on the consent calendar. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item I1. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item I1. To receive a report regarding the status and steps needed to establish new district boundaries within the city of Richmond and direct staff to engage with National Demographics Corporation to commence with the redistricting process to provide map options for city council consideration. And I will be giving that report. Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Johnson, and City Council. I'm Pamela Christian, City Clerk. On January 14th of 2020, the City Council adopted ordinance number 4-20 to approve district map number 115B, which established the boundaries for district in the city of Richmond. The council also directed staff to come back to the council at a future meeting to establish a voting district committee to redistrict the city after the census count was complete. Now, due to delays caused by COVID-19 pandemic and other events, the next census count was originally scheduled to be released in February of 2021, is now scheduled to be released approximately September 28th, 2021, with final state prisoner adjusted population counts expected in October. And also changes brought about by the California Voting Rights Act and the California Voter Participation Act banned off-year elections. So everyone has to hold their elections on even years. So roughly 500 California jurisdictions have to begin redistricting in a 7-month window. On December 15th of 2020, the City Council approved a contract with National Demographics Corporation NDC to reestablish the district boundaries within the city of Richmond. The city has to adopt a new district's map by April 17th of 2020, and it must be received by the Register of Voters by June 6th of 2021, in time for the November 2020 election. It has to be received by the Register of Voter by June 6th of 2022, in time for the November 2022 election. The redistricting process will involve several public hearings that will allow for significant public input on the formation of the districts. On Friday, May 14th, 2021, the clerk's office agreed on a tentative schedule with NDC for the required 4 public hearings. Those dates include July 6th of 2021, September 14th, 2021, January 18th of 2022, and February 1st of 2022. The clerk's office is currently working on our redistricting webpage and outreach plan. Information regarding public hearings will be published in English and in Spanish, and translation services will be available at all the meetings. Okay. So it will be a huge challenge to select and train a committee to redistrict the city in such an extremely short amount of time. So therefore, staff recommends to not establish a redistricting committee at this time and to allow DNC to assist the city staff in leading the redistricting process. NDC has the expertise for dealing with the complexity and technical details needed and has been preparing for over a year statewide. And then some other information I like to add. NDC recommends those clients with November 22 elections hold 2 pre-map hearings in the summer. So that's why we have July 6th and September scheduled for hearings. During these meetings, they would provide an overview of the redistricting process, receive input on communities of interest, and introduce the mapping tools. And NDC will provide estimated population totals, the citizens' voting age, and other demographic data to the public. And then they can begin drafting maps. Once the census data is available, that information will be published, and members of the public who have drafted maps will likely need to only make slightly adjustments for population balances. And James Hortensia of the city attorney's office is also joining us right now, and if he has anything else to add to this presentation.
No, nothing else. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Are there any questions from council members? I don't.
Yeah, I have a question,
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead,
Mayor.
Councilmember Bates.
What is the legal responsibility of the city as it relates to time? You have an election coming, say, next year, actually 2022. How can you possibly formulate a district with 6 months before the election? Why would it not be more logical to wait until after the 2022 election to, especially with the COVID situation, to redistrict your city? Or is there a legal requirement that we have to do it before 2022?
That's a good point, Councilmember Bates. Unfortunately, everyone or the cities that have adopted this district election process, they're under this incredibly tight time frame. And I agree with you. It isn't ideal, and that is why we're here, giving you this update and letting you know that we are working with our consultant, and thankfully we were able to engage with our consultant pretty much shortly after, for this upcoming election cycle, shortly after we finished the last election cycle. So, in that regard, we're ahead of the ball, but so far there hasn't been any legislation or any kind of extensions offered or adopted by the state in order to offer some sort of extension. We're just, we're all under this incredibly tight timeframe.
So when is the deadline for redistricting?
That deadline is, we have to adopt the maps by April 17th of next year.
Of next year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
I do not see any public speakers.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept the staff recommendation?
I move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Okay,
I'll second.
Motion by Johnson, second by McLaughlin.
Yes.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And the next item is item I2. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Item I2 is to receive a presentation and provide feedback on how Richmond should spend its $27.7 million American Rescue Plan Act allocation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. LaShonda White here, and I am here to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan Act and share feedback received from various stakeholders on how Richmond could spend its allocation. So, KCRT, if you could please pull up the PowerPoint presentation, I would greatly appreciate it. And you can go straight to slide number 2. Thank you. So the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, was passed by Congress on March 10th and signed into law on March 11th of 2021. The plan creates a variety of new programs to address the continuing pandemic-related crisis and fund recovery efforts. In addition to funding for governments, the plan provides funding for a variety of other categories, such as education and capital projects. Next slide, please. Initial congressional estimates for Richmond's ARPA allocation was $20.8 million. The U.S. Department of Treasury released its allocations on May 10th, and Richmond's allocation increased by almost $7 million to $27.7 million. We will receive our allocation in 2 equal installments, and all funds received have to be obligated by the end of December 2024, but the period of performance will run until the end of December 2026, which will provide recipients a reasonable amount of time to complete projects funded by ARPA. We will have to adhere to reporting requirements, which are set forth in the interim rules, which were released on May 10th. And they are out for 60 days to allow time for input before final rules are released. Next slide, please. The American Rescue Plan Act fund provides substantial flexibility for each government to meet local needs, including support for public health expenditures, households, small businesses, impacted industries, essential workers, and the communities hardest hit by the crisis. These funds can be used to make necessary investments also in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Details and example within each of these areas that are listed on this slide are included in the interim rules released by Treasury. Next slide, please. So over the past 45 days, the city asked for and received input from various Richmond stakeholders, including residents, unions, staff, and the members of the business community. Input received is grouped into 8 categories based on common topics. I included a few examples on these slides for each category for this presentation, but additional input is included as part of the agenda item. The first category is replacing lost revenue and replenishing and enhancing city services. One idea provided with regards to revenue is to mitigate the negative impacts on the city's general fund by paying ourselves back for revenue that we lost during fiscal year 1920, so last fiscal year, as well as the current fiscal year. As for city services, I heard recommendations for using funds to beautify our city and address blight. With regards to the employee pay, one idea is to use some of the funds to provide premium pay to employees that have had daily direct contact with the community since the COVID pandemic started back in March of 2020. For public health, ideas included funding for mental health services, funding health workers, and purchasing additional PPE. Infrastructure ideas centered around enhancing parks and open spaces, as well as investments in a variety of capital projects in city facilities. Next slide, please. There was a lot of focus around housing with ideas that range from rental and homeowner assistance to the preservation and building of affordable housing and the creation of land banks. Ideas generated in the economic security category included low interest rate loans, as well as providing support for both individuals and small businesses. The broadband category included providing computers to households and the expansion of Wi-Fi as a step to closing the digital divide. And as far as the outreach and other category, ideas included everything from conducting outreach and community surveys and assessments to providing access to affordable childcare. Using funds to support reimagining public safety task force recommendations also came up, but I want to point out that different components of those recommendations are included in various categories, such as public health, housing, and economic security. Next slide. The Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, offers guiding principles for governments regarding the use of ARPA funds. One of those principles reminds governments that ARPA funds are non-recurring, or one-time, so that their use should be applied primarily to non-recurring expenditures such as infrastructure projects. Another recommendation is for governments to consider regional initiatives, including partnering with other ARPA recipients. Next slide, please. So again, the purpose of tonight's presentation was to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan Act and to share input from stakeholders and to provide an opportunity for additional feedback from both council and the community. With regards to next steps, first, staff would like the opportunity to take all of the feedback received so far and align it with the interim rules provided by Treasury. This will allow staff to determine which ideas are considered eligible under the American Rescue Plan. From there, based on allowable uses, stakeholder input, and council direction, staff can develop and propose options for council consideration in June, so next month in June of 2021, for how to allocate a portion, not all, of ARPA funding for use in fiscal year 2021-22 budget. Staff does not have recommendations at this time, but ideas could include the use of funds, as I stated earlier, to pay the city back for revenue losses from last fiscal year as well as the current fiscal year. We also could fund appropriate items recommended by the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force and/or fund eligible infrastructure projects. Finally, staff can come back at a later date with a proposed expenditure plan for the remaining ARPA funds. This will provide City Council or city staff with an opportunity and time to further evaluate and align Treasury's final rules, which will come out in 60 days, with stakeholder and council input as well as council direction. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I am available for questions.
Questions from council members. Councilmember Willis.
I do have questions and comments, but I was wondering if we could hear from the public speakers because I'd want to hear their input before I just jumped in.
Okay, well, let's see if we have any questions from council members first. Any other council members have questions? Okay, I have a question. There was quite a list, both in the staff report and in your PowerPoint. There was quite a list of potential expenditure items, and I was mentally trying to line those up with the 6 items that current regulations allow local governments to utilize the funds for. And it looked to me like a lot of the things on that list didn't fall into these 6 items. Is that true?
It very well could be true. So we did not provide We provided some parameters in terms of what was initially provided from Treasury before the interim rules came out, when we did presentations and asked for feedback, but we didn't hold back. We didn't ask people to hold back. So we just received a number of recommendations, and what we still need to do is do that alignment. We need to go and look and see which ones actually align with what is allowable now that the interim rules have come out, and then go from there. I think it's still really great information that we received, even if they aren't allowable under ARPA rules, in terms of what we heard from community about what some of the needs are.
Well, I think that would be a priority.
I agree.
Because I anticipate that we're gonna have a lot of people asking for money to be spent for a lot of different things, and debating it and advocating for it. And if they're just ineligible, why waste time on it? We ought to really focus on those things that are potentially possible. So
I agree, Mayor Butt. That is our next step, and we wanted to honor the recommendations that came forth from various stakeholders. So that's what's in your packet. But our next step is to do that alignment process.
Councilmember Jimenez, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Lashanda. I know that you have been in several meetings and including all of these. So I have two questions. One is about, you mentioned like apportioned when you were referring to the money that like staff will make some recommendation to use some portion. Can you be more specific about what do you mean by that?
Sure. So the initial thinking is, as we are continuing to develop the fiscal year 21-22 budget, and taking and hearing more and having more conversations about, for example, reimagining public safety and how we build that fiscal year 21-22 budget, it might, staff might come forth to City Council with some options for consideration for not using the full 27.7 million for next fiscal year, but a portion of that. So it might be that it makes sense, just say there's a gap that still exists to close the fiscal year 21-22 budget. We could make a recommendation, if as appropriate, that we could use a portion of the ARPA funds, our allocation, to pay ourselves back, because that is an allowable expense. It could be that we want to fund some really high level infrastructure projects. For example, HVAC. Upgrading HVAC systems for our community centers and library, where we're going to have residents come back to. So there may just be some recommendations that we want to provide. Our plan is not to allocate, spend, or recommend the full 27.7 million in the short term. So that's what I mean by a portion. And then that allows for further conversation and council direction for that remaining portion.
Yeah, thank you. So this money was allocated based on the community development.
So I'm still, yeah, I'm going to start.
Johan,
Joanna, you're not muted.
can you mute it?
KCRT, can you mute Joanne?
It was allocated based on the community development block grant, right? And this money gets allocated proportionally based on population and other things. I just wondering, the county is the one who is receiving the money, or is directly going toward the city? And also I am curious to see how, if is going to the county, how this money will be tracked, and if is the fair allocation, if you find that it was the fair allocation for Richmond.
So great question. So that's initially when we received our initial allocation of estimate of 20.8 million, it was based on congressional estimates. And so US Treasury had an opportunity to make sure jurisdictions were placed in the right category. So we initially were listed in the non-entitlement category for jurisdictions that had smaller populations or did not have their own CDBG funding. And so we now are listed in the entitlement category. And therefore we're in the proper category now, and our allocation has increased by that $7 million. Because we're in the entitlement category, we can receive our funds directly from U.S. Treasury. Before the category that we were in, the funding was going to go through the state, and then the state was going to provide funding. So now we can get our funding directly from U.S. Treasury.
Any other questions from Councilmember Bates and then McLaughlin?
Yeah, thank you, LaShonda, for the report.
You are welcome.
It's my understanding that there are so many categories that and regulations that it will make it almost impossible to spend the $29 million. And that money is unspent and don't meet the criteria must be returned to the government. Is that accurate a statement?
So my understanding is, so we have 27.7 million allocated to us. I have all faith in Richmond that we will be able to spend every single dime of that allocation. We will not have to give anything back to the federal government. We will have 2.5 years to try and to figure out how we want to obligate those funds, and which gives us some time to plan. So that's why we want to see if there are some funds that we want to use for, a variety of projects. How do we want to be strategic and partner and do regional efforts so that we are really leveraging and using our funding and resources to the best of our ability. But I believe that we will be able to come up with an expenditure plan that will allocate all 27.7 million.
Okay, but am I clear that we cannot use it for salaries increases or benefits for employees?
So I know for sure we can use it for like premium pay for some employees, and we still need to do some research. We've only had the interim rules with all of it's 140 pages. I'm still combing through it. So before I answer, I want to do a little more research before I answer your question, but we will be looking into that because that has come up as a possibility.
So streets repairs, roads, that included in the allocation possibilities?
That's another category that we really need to look at. What they did specify was that funding could be used for wastewater, sewer, and broadband infrastructure in terms of what the allocation that governments have. There is a whole nother pot of money for capital improvement projects that governments like Richmond may be able to tap into that may allow us to spend money on some of those other infrastructure projects that we want to. Also, you can do infrastructure projects such as like HVAC system upgrades because that impacts the public health of our residents. So once again, I need to take all of the list that's been provided and all the recommendations and align it with, comb through that 134 page interim rule document and see what is actually allowable. And then if it's not, can we go find another funding source through the $1.9 trillion package to get us to where we want to be?
Okay, the citizen and the residents, property owners have paid a significant price for upgrading of the sewer district. And do you have any idea if there's any retroactive kind of process that we can insert money that reduces the sewer bill that our citizens have to pay?
That came up sorry, if you weren't finished, my apologies.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying that that exact comment came up from a resident. And so that's one of the things that we need to look into. I don't want to answer that and be incorrect at this moment.
Okay, the last question is that obviously this is a significant amount of money. What is the process of interacting the community and the council as we go down the road and discuss the allocation of these monies? Because, all of us have priorities. I just spoke of one, cleaning up this filthy city. So what is the procedure as we go down the road? How are we going to interact and develop a fair and equitable plan in the expenditures of these funds? What is the strategy?
I can't tell you what that strategy is at this moment. That is something I think needs some collective input to figure that out. But I completely hear what it is you're saying, and do agree that we need to find a way to make sure that these funds are spent in an equitable manner.
Well, okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, then it's probably up to the council to collectively develop a procedure, a process whereby we allow the community to engage and work collectively in terms of how we should expend these various funds. So long as that's the resolution and the direction, then I have no problem. Thank you, LaShonda, for your nice report.
You're very welcome. And I just want to also just highlight the fact that we did receive, and I want to thank community and all those who provided input and ideas and recommendations. So if, like I say, we got input from residents, went to RNCC, we got some input from the business community, unions, senior staff. So really, really thankful for all of that.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, so this money is, or the first installment of it, it comes in 2 equal installments over the course of 2 years. The first allocation is expected June of this year. So the question I have is, I guess, is our effort to insert some of these projects or uses of this money into the budget? So that's part of the question before it gets approved. And the second part of the question is, if we don't have it all allocated for this budget, can we still add more projects in terms of the allocation after the budget is passed? Or is the city, I mean, I know we can make modifications to our budget and such, so I guess that would likely be the process, but is the desire to get it all figured out by the date that we pass our budget?
Really good, really great questions. So first, in terms of the allocation, we will receive it in 2 equal installments. And there is a process by which the U.S. Treasury has outlined for us to actually request the funding. It is ours, but we still need to request it. So there's a process that we need to go through. But once received, it is not, and the city manager can chime in on this, but as far as I know right now, it is not our intention at all to spend that entire first installment and figure it out prior to the adoption of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. However, as we as staff are looking at the budget and having conversations with council, we may come back with a recommendation on how, if at all, based on appropriate and eligible uses, some of the ARPA funds possibly can be used within the fiscal year 21-22 budget. And so sometime in June, if we deem appropriate, we'll bring something back to the council for your consideration, just for a portion, not even all of, like I said, that $27.7 million. And so we will have all the way through December of 2024 to obligate our $27.7 million. So we have some time.
Oh, I see. Okay. So we won't even necessarily have to allocate it during this first full fiscal year process.
Well, you don't have to, but you may want to.
So that would be a modification of
Correct.
the budget, if it's capital projects, whatever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's next? Councilmember Jimenez?
I will get my question after public comments.
Okay, anybody else? Would you call the public speakers, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have 6 speakers, and Jeswara will call the speakers.
Okay, I have Tarnell Abbott, Mark Wasberg, Katrinka Ruck, Steve Bischoff, Lisa Johnson, and Alicia Gallo. I'll start with Tarnell Abbott. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I was greatly relieved to hear in the report a mention of the library and the the idea of upgrading the HVAC. It hasn't had an HVAC that has worked in, I don't know, probably 40 years, maybe more. So that would be really very appreciated. The library is open with very reduced hours. We would like to see those hours increased. And I don't know, you know, the library has been promised to have a new library for many, many years, and it just always gets bumped to the back of the list. So there's a great capital improvement for you. How about a new library? But barring that, anything you can do to help the library, I would heartily support. So I hope you do consult with the staff, the library staff, about that, and please upgrade the library. It has suffered from so many budget cuts over the years. It's a ghost of its former glorious self, which was once the pride and joy and was the go-to library for the entire Bay Area. So let's get us back in gear with the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Mark Wasser, Richmond. Well, you could spend $10 million down there at 4th and McDonald redoing that Nevins Park. I said you did it already, totally disaster. You still got the same criminals and street people and everybody else hanging around there. So why don't you just cut that park almost in half and start building buildings there? And get rid of that store across the street on 4th and McDonald. That's where all the criminals and gangsters are hanging out at. Now, don't they have any common sense? Then you need to pump about $4 or $5 million more dollars into the Richmond PD. So what you could do, you could have a police substation right in the heart of the most dangerous place in the state of California called the Iron Triangle. Now, because you people ain't doing nothing down there. You just still keep that little community center right over there. But like I say, you need to cut in half. And don't spend all this money on a bunch of green stuff. I know you bunch of environmental idiots on the city council, RPA. They're going to spend all this money trying to put solar panels and all this other garbage. It ain't going to work. You're going to plant little green trees on the path. That ain't going to work. You know, you need to focus on job training, education. You know, you get these people a good job skill. You know, you don't have to work in Richmond because everybody thinks they could just walk out their door and walk down the street and work in Richmond and for the next 40, 50 years retire. It ain't going to happen. All right. So, you know, use good common sense. Knowing the RPA, they're going to mess the whole thing up. But like I say, you get rid of those things down the Iron Triangle that I said, I guarantee you the neighborhood down there will be more safer, and the city of Richmond will be more safer because that's the hub of the violence right there. Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and the South Side. That's 85% of the violence has been in those areas. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Katrinka Ruck. Katrinka, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Katrinka Ruck, Richmond residents, and wanted to congratulate Richmond for receiving this additional funding. We surely can use it. And I wanted to thank LaShonda for the presentation. On behalf of the Council of Industries, we're submitting comments for your review. The agenda report indicated outreach was conducted with various forums to the community. However, there was no outreach made to COI, Chamber, or 23rd Street merchants businesses, nor was any outreach to the Economic Development Commission. So we highly recommend that that's considered in the near future. But we'd like to submit the following recommendations. COI, we did our own survey of our businesses and other businesses. And as of today, there were 10 recommendations that have strong support from the business community. One is to fill open positions in the police department, direct funding to street paving, make necessary investments in water and sewer infrastructure, increase capacity of planning and building departments, provide funding assistance to impacted households and to impacted businesses, improve our broadband infrastructure citywide, incentives to help small businesses reopen or to recruit new businesses to open in Richmond, funding to assist with the homeless programs, and increased trash removal of illegal dumping. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
All right, thank you very much. You know, I am really very enthusiastic about this funding. It's wonderful that we have it. We certainly need it. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, because the time isn't changing. I've just wondered about that. I'm concerned about a couple of things, one of which is the outreach to the community in terms of these funds, possible ideas and all that sort of stuff, because, you know, I gather there's some selective outreach that's happened, but I don't know that there's general outreach that's happened. And I think it's kind of important on something like this that we do that. You know, there are plenty of good ideas, and there's some I'm hoping you'll consider, like, you know, right now there's a lot of federal and state money available for community services, and some of it's one time. I don't know whether we have enough staffing in the city to reach out effectively to the community to make sure they're using that. If we don't, we need to, because you don't want to pass that kind of thing up. But I'm really hoping that we can have a way to involve citizens fairly heavily in this whole process. And also, you know, this is a time too when there's other possible funding happening that may relate to this. You know, if we do have a bill that gives us crisis intervention funding, for example, that's something we would want to take into account. Some of the housing stuff also. But, you know, it's a complex process, but I sure like, for one, I'd like to be able to know what's going on and have a chance to say something about it. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks, LaShonda, for your great presentation. In reading the staff report, it states that staff's current estimates for the revenue loss suffered in fiscal years 2019-20 and this year as a result of COVID-19 were approximately 15 million. This seems to counter a little bit for me the messaging that we heard from staff regarding the impact on tax revenues to the city, since we aren't a tourist destination. So I look forward to hearing how staff ultimately determines this number and really understanding where those losses actually arose. As per the staff's reports, there are a multitude of wish list expenditures that don't appear to align with the current allowable guidelines or our own city's newly adopted budget policy that clarifies that one-time money should not be used to support new positions. They also state that care should be taken to avoid using ARPA funds to create new programs or add-ons to existing programs that require an ongoing financial commitment. Many in the public have been wondering if these funds could be used to support pilot programs that may come out of the reimagining public safety effort. Thus, I hope the public can get clarity on that use of the money towards such potential programs that are envisioned out of this effort and whether or not that would be applicable. As I mentioned last night at the RNCC meeting, I hope that staff is able to provide appropriate guidance to the public and council so that we are best utilizing this precious one-time money, and in such a manner that we are not duplicating funds or funding programs that the county or state should be funding. To that end, how will the city work well with the county or state to understand what exactly they will be funding locally and regionally so that Richmond can spend these funds and create optimal impact? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alicia Gallo. Alicia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Alicia Gallo. I am the Interim Executive Director with Richmond Main Street. To start, I would like to thank LaShonda White, other city staff, and City Council for their hard work and genuine efforts to consider public input and feedback in the allocation of ARPA funds. I'm also very grateful for the report that Ms. White has provided tonight, and I appreciate the efforts that she and city staff are making understanding how the funds can be used and aligning all of the ways that they can be used with the community recommendations. During public forum, Katrika Ruck mentioned that the Council of Industries, Richmond Chamber of Commerce, Richmond Main Street, and other community-based organizations who are dedicated to supporting small businesses and economic development in the city of Richmond have come together to promote and support Richmond businesses in accessing the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. This is true, and what is also true is that these groups have been providing support to our small businesses since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of us have been doing this work for many years prior and in partnership with City of Richmond staff. Richmond Main Street is in full support of city staff and city council utilizing a portion of the ARPA funds to support the work that these organizations have been doing, that we are doing right now, and that we are committed to doing in the future. We have the organizational infrastructure, the expertise, and the relationships with the business community to do this work. However, we do need funding to be able to continue the work that we are doing. And we believe that we can be even stronger partners with the City of Richmond in supporting the small business community with some financial support from the ARPA funds that are coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Valerie Jameson. Valerie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Valerie Jameson, Richmond resident in the Building Woods neighborhood. I initially wasn't prepared to speak, but many questions arose from hearing the presentation, which is, I know, still in motion, given that the guidelines are still getting within that 60-day comment period, and there may be changes, so there can't be necessarily anything hard and fast. But some high-level questions that come up for me is how the city, both the council and staff, intend to prioritize most or deepest impact related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of that falling in the areas of economic development, in the areas of housing that I know many community members and through the kind of outreach process spoke to. But what we're hearing is that there may be more deliberation done after going through the budgeting process. What we heard, the vote was last Monday from the reimagined proposals that were approved. And I understand there's a lot to be discussed, but I am curious to see what the council and staff are considering as deepest, highest impact and deepest investment related to what we know are resulting from COVID, which is, large public health issues are kind of being laid to bear. Housing challenges are rising to the top, and I would hate for really critical programs not to get the support that they need, because then we'll pass the buck, to the county or to other to other public agencies. So I would hope that there can be more discussion and space where this discussion can happen publicly before the next meeting in June to approve the use of the funds. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, I think Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I have one question and 2 comments. So my question is, question that had the city provide any analysis on how Richmond spent the CARES money?
So we have that information. We did go to council and share at some point the plan for how to spend the allocation, which was a little bit over $1 million for the CARES Fund. But I can't remember if we went back later to state how what the actuals were.
Yeah, that will be good, because that kind of like help us to know understanding how previous stimulus money was spent and give us some idea. My comments is that I think I want to echo the last public comment where it was around what are the criteria for prioritizing ideas for stimulus spending. And I think it will be important to have some criteria that first meet the urgent needs of the most impacted in the community. Also, there was another public comment about how the city is going to coordinate with others to not multiply or duplicate efforts. I will complement that it's not only a state, but county and a school district. For instance, like these ideas of like internet band, that could be something that it could be in collaboration with the school district. So I think like for me, things that are important, and it's also like a question for you, in terms of like there is this money that is coming directed to the city, but you also mentioned that there is so many monies that are going to be there, and the intention of me presenting the revitalization funds that are coming, that I am happy to hear that the Council of Industry, the Chamber of Commerce are in taking a more active role on that after we presented it here. There are so many things, and what is the plan for the city to seek for that? I know that is something that I will be talking to some of the staff, but I feel like the part of grant writers, even though it could be used, you can say like, well, this is going to be money for staffing, but also is to create an infrastructure to allow for the city to seek for more monies and to provide more services to the community to seek for more money. And then the other part is, in my district, there is a lot of worries about traffic and related issues. So I am happy to see that traffic calming infrastructure is part of that conversation, as well as the anti-displacement housing grants, because after the moratorium, we are going to see more people losing either their homes for rent because they cannot pay the rent or mortgages. So that are things that I am interested in. I'm glad that they were part of that. But again, I think like having some criteria for prioritization, it will be important after you know how this money could be spent and how that process looks like. And also having an analysis of how the CARES money was spent, that will be a good thing to know. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I got a few of my questions already answered from the previous discussion. I think one question that came up for me that I was curious to get clarity on, I know the county is getting a certain amount of funding that they're supposed to be distributing out to the city. So what are we doing to collaborate to make sure Richmond does get its fair share? And at the same time, is there any strategy or consideration to apply for stimulus funds beyond the 2 allocations that we're already getting? And then after the answers to those questions, I have a couple of suggestions that I was thinking about that I would like to see be done as this process moves forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis, for those questions. So I will need to have a conversation with the city manager about how we collaborate with not only the county, because they are receiving their own allocation, but with other agencies and trying to be really strategic about how we utilize these funds. So I don't have an answer for you at this juncture for that one. And I am sorry, I'm blanking on the second part of your
just if there's like any
the other funding.
Yeah, other funding just beyond the 2 allocation years.
Yeah,
Okay,
so this so we are we definitely have some work to do. We have our work cut out for us, because as I'm a strong believer in us being really strategic about the funding and making sure we are tapping into other categories, other funding as appropriate, and using our city funding to leverage that or to close gaps. And so just know that it's something that is on the forefront of my mind, and I think other city staff's mind, about how do we access these other funding sources to make sure Richmond can meet the needs of our community.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I guess some of the things that I wanted to comment on is agreeing with Councilmember Bates that yes, we definitely should be getting more community input, and that should be a focus. You know, I heard that we did have some community input before, but even Council of Industries and other stakeholders that are really involved didn't hear about that. So that actually just concerns me on making sure that we're more effective and intentional about reaching out to people and getting these comment forms, going to make sure people are aware of them. And one thing that I would like to see just the funds be considered for, if we're able to, is I do want to actually see a deep allocation into a housing preservation fund, and we can talk about criteria, but definitely have money set aside for a housing preservation fund. And also, I know when there was news that Oakland was going to be using some of their funds to actually do dump days and put dump containers in different parts of the city. And, you know, we have a hard time with illegal dumping. And we also have some of those encampment areas that are accumulating trash too, because they don't have a street address to get regular dumping. So thinking how we're putting like dump days or dumpsters in most impacted areas in some of our encampments. And God, I'm actually blanking on. Oh yeah, and I would actually like to get an estimation back from staff. I know you mentioned like using some of the money to close out some of the debt we accumulated last year and also for next fiscal year. I just kind of want to see, like, when you're looking at this 27 million, like how much are you actually looking at? And another thing that that I was interested in too was thinking about updating our broadband infrastructure, which was on the presentation, and seeing what ability there is to create the infrastructure for free Wi-Fi use in the city and have that as an available service too. But first and foremost, I do want community input and outreach to be a strong emphasis, but these are just some things I'm personally thinking about as this process moves forward that I want to get captured. So you're free to comment on any of that or just go to the next council member. So thank you so much, LaShonda.
Thank you. I've taken some notes, and in terms of the community input piece, because our recommendation is to, you know, come back later and have more of a expenditure plan in terms of how the remaining funds will be spent. I'm happy to continue to do outreach and receive additional input. Yes.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, LaShonda. I too am going to be very interested in when staff comes back with the criterias more outlined and what public input ideas fit into what criteria. So that will be very helpful. In terms of where I'm at right now in kind of examining or bringing to mind some projects that I would like to see, and I believe the public at large has raised a lot of interest in certain aspects of these projects. Let me start out by saying Veolia. We know that we have a problem collection system and wastewater treatment plan, and it has caused extreme high rates on our ratepayers. And the reason the capital costs of improving our sewer system and our wastewater treatment plant are so high is because Veolia is a private industry, private contractor, and it charges 16% markup on the capital costs. So if we can put some of this money into the capital improvements of, either the sewer system or wastewater plant, whatever the need is greatest for, we will be keeping down the ratepayers, any increases that may need to be put forward as a result of these capital improvements. So I'm very much in favor of looking at that. It's already been mentioned, the broadband, municipal broadband is something we've talked about for so long. It would have helped so many of our families who cannot access the internet right now. Of course, free computers. I know those are possibilities brought out by the public in your staff report, LaShonda. Some capital projects that I think are worth considering. It's already been mentioned by a public speaker, library improvements. That's another thing that has been brought up every budget cycle, how the library is struggling with so many needed repairs. So I really hope we can look at that. Also, we know Booker T. Anderson Community Center underwent a fire recently, and those improvements would be much appreciated. I also know MLK Center has been in the public vision for so long, ever since it was demolished. I don't know if we can put away some money to rebuild that center. Also the auditorium, and I realize I'm giving you a lot of projects of city buildings, but it's something to think about. The auditorium has had a bad sound system for years. If we could invest in that sound system, it could become a better revenue generator for us. We could have concerts there, and they wouldn't have to pay for their own sound system. So it has great acoustics. We just have a bad sound system. So that would be greatly appreciated. And others have mentioned traffic calming. That would be, I get constant concerns from constituents in my district about that. And I think I've heard some people complain about, traffic enforcement and don't want to take it away from the police. Well, if we put traffic calming infrastructure in place, we're not going to have as much speeding and we're not going to need as much traffic enforcement. So traffic calming, and I know that has been brought up as well. So those, and what Council Member Willis just said, a housing preservation fund, dumpster days, those are, the dumpster thing shouldn't be a big expense, but it would be bring our community into play who all want to keep their neighborhoods cleaner, so they could all play a role in these special love your block days, for example, with more dumpsters available, and any other creative ideas in terms of free dump days and such. So those are just some ideas that come to mind. I'll look forward to having the breakdown of the which projects fit into what criteria, and narrowing down our priorities, which priorities are most useful and can leverage even more revenue coming into the city. All that should be in our thinking, and I think it is. So I think we have some great thinkers among this council, and I believe we will come up with some great ultimate use of this funding. And I thank the community for all its input, and the council members and staff. And also I want to mention that one member of the community in my district, Jaime Perez, was somebody who kept pressing for the city deserves more money, the city deserves more money. And I know RPA took up that banner as well in general, and it happened. We got some more money. So that is a wonderful thing that that has happened. It's maybe not as much as we would like, but it's significant that we have this nearly $28 million to work with. So I'll look forward to future meetings about this. Thank you again, LaShonda.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Well, first I have to explain my joy as Councilmember McLaughlin was speaking, because those capital improvement projects, especially at Booker T. Anderson, as well as the Richmond Auditorium, were ones that I had on my list to suggest as well. But when it came to the MLK Center, I know I had reached out to the city manager to find out what was going on with that, because the developers from the Terminal 1 project has a rendering on their website saying that they're going to build it. And yeah, so let's start holding some feet to the fire on that. But I also wanted to make sure that as we come to a council consensus, as well as provide our individual wish list items, that we, because I'm most definitely, as my colleagues are more interested in community input as well as staff recommendations, just to make sure that that we're spending things in the right place and that we're increasing opportunities, as Councilmember McLaughlin put it earlier, to maximize profits and opportunities. So in regards to the broadband piece, because I know you also handle the ECIA grant, from my understanding, there was about $1 million in the ECIA grant dedicated to broadband infrastructure. And so I'm wondering if that hasn't been fully utilized, can we do that and, use the ARPA funds for other projects that, that were mentioned here tonight? And I just use that as one example, just to say that let's make sure that we're matching things up and lining it up so that way we're not using money that can go towards these dumpster days, which I think are beautiful ideas, as well as increasing the HVAC systems, as well as increasing the quality of the quality of standard on the air filters for all of our community centers. Increasing those PPE, the PPE infrastructures for all of our city buildings as well. I think is going to be really important, because I think one thing that the beginning of the pandemic showed us is we're not ready, and we want to make sure that we're preventing future outbreaks and future shutdowns from happening the same way it did this time. And also, it was mentioned the traffic. I'm really interested. I feel like I've said this time and time again about the smart city infrastructure. I feel as though that could really help with some of the things that the speakers, as well as Councilman McLaughlin, was speaking about. And I understand that that's a costly item. So even if it's just like a pilot program in a downtown or 23rd Street area, so we can get an understanding of the benefit, so the community can get a broader understanding of the benefit that smart city technology brings in terms of better traffic, both pedestrian as well as car and bike. So yeah, these are just some of the things, and please look out for an email from me. I don't want to take up too much time, but you've read my proposal for the reparations, equity, and inclusion package. So you know my ideas. So I'll be sure to follow up with you on a few of those as well.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I think that investments in infrastructure is an investment that keeps on giving. And I think infrastructure investment is a wise way to go. We've already mentioned a lot of the things that need to be worked on. Also, we find that money, we find some way to fill the holes that money hasn't filled before. For instance, I had continually said that we needed to increase funding for youth, increase funding for Parks and Rec, and I said that if we didn't do that, people would find another way to get that money, and so we ended up with the money that the city budget goes to nonprofits. Instead of having our workers do the work that the nonprofits are doing. Anyway, that's a horse that we let out, and it's going to take a lot to bring it back. I'm not saying that the nonprofits aren't doing work that's valuable, but I am saying that it's work that we as the city should have been doing and could have been doing. The city needs more money. That's obvious. We don't have enough money, and I think that I think Gail suggested that we hire a grant writer to specifically work on grants, and this is something that we could do as a pilot And if the grant writer is worth their salt, they will bring in enough money to pay for their own position as well as more money to fill a lot of the needs that the city has. So I think we need to push a program that gets our residents invested in keeping the city clean. So the dumpster days, I think, is a great idea. We need to work with the community to create a love of our blocks and invest in the cleaning up of our city. We do need more input from residents. And what I'd like to know is what sort of timeline does staff see in terms of finally getting this down to something that's workable as opposed to just a wish list, which is what we're coming up with now?
Very good question. I am working on it now to be able to do that alignment. In terms of like an immediate next step, we as staff will be bringing something to City Council in the month of June with some, which may include some recommendations for how some of the ARPA funds could be utilized to help support the fiscal year 21-22 budget. And then continuing from that point on, I really want to wait for the final rules to come out before we, which is another 60 days, just in case the interim rules change at all and there's different direction provided from Treasury in terms of how we can spend the funds. Working on it right now, but I would say in the next fiscal year, some point, maybe in the early first quarter of the fiscal year, being able to come back with something that really has, it aligns what we have received in terms of current feedback plus additional feedback and the final rules that come out from Treasury. You're muted.
You're muted, Councilmember Martinez.
Sorry, I know that we want continued input, but is there? Have you foreseen a deadline for input so that so that you can start?
Good question. I don't have that time frame for you right now. The great thing is that we have until 2024 to be able to obligate all our funds. We have another 2.5 years to figure it all out. So I don't want to rush any of us in this process. So like I said, we plan on trying to come back in sometime in June if there's a need and an opportunity to use some of the funds to help with the fiscal year 21-22 budget, and then provide ourselves with sufficient time to really make sure we come up with, as I'm hearing tonight, the criteria, making sure there's a plan and a process in place to figure out how we want to spend the remaining our allocation. And if there's been talk about a community needs assessment and really understanding on a larger scale what community needs, and if we want to go that route, that will take some more time.
Okay, I think that's a intelligent route to take, and thank you for all the work that you've done.
Thank you so much.
Any further comments from council members? If not, we will move to item H4. You want to read that, Madam Clerk?
Thank you all.
Item H4 is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Richmond waiving the privilege under Business and Professions Code Section 6149 to allow for a limited waiver of the attorney-client privilege while retaining all other aspects of the attorney-client privilege and all other exemptions set forth under the California Public Records Act to allow for public disclosure of agreements the city enters into for the provision of all legal services.
You asked for that to be taken off, Councilor McLaughlin. Do you have a specific question on it, or do you want a whole presentation, or what?
Well, I do want to hear from the city attorney as to why just an explanation, because it really wasn't in the agenda report. It wasn't explained very well. And I know at least one member of the public was concerned about this as well. But I also want to say, did we skip the last item on the agenda before we went to the consent calendar items? The last item is
Item I3, and we put that on the consent calendar, remember?
Right.
yes, but in terms of okay, so I understand. So that was a consent calendar item that was pulled, and we'll discuss that in a second. Okay. Yes, so City Attorney, could you just give us a little understanding of why this item is needed?
Yes, this is Bruce Sublay, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Mayor and Council members. There are some contracts that the City Attorney's Office enters into for the provision of legal advice that may not come to the council. So the public would not be aware of the fact that public funds are being used to expend these, to hire these firms. Under the Business and Professions Code, our legal services agreements are attorney-client privilege documents and therefore would not be subject to public disclosure. This item would allow the council. The council, as the governing body of the city of Richmond, holds the privilege of the attorney-client privilege, and only the council can waive that privilege. So what this would do is provide for a limited waiver of the privilege so that we would let the public know that we are expending X number of dollars to engage a firm to provide legal services to the city. What it also does is gives the city attorney's office, the city attorney, his or his authority to redact anything that would be privileged under other areas of the law. So it's only a limited waiver of the privilege that is authorized under the Business and Professions Code. And we're doing this for public transparency purposes. Teresa, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Bruce. I will just add to this. This is entirely discretionary on the part of the City Council. This is a policy call that you are certainly not legally required to do it. This was offered up because this was something that had been mentioned to me when I onboarded in November by a number of council members. And so it was a policy that we drafted and brought forward, and it's entirely up to you one way or the other whether to adopt it. What it allows us to do is, to the extent that certain agreements haven't come forward to you or don't come forward to you, that those can be made publicly available, again, with the proviso that Bruce mentioned, which is that we would still have the ability to withhold should there be some other type of non-disclosable information contained in those agreements. Most do not, but to the extent that there is one that does, we would just simply redact that narrow piece of information and the agreement could come forward. Any agreement that comes forward publicly to you for approval would not be impacted by this because we've already brought it forward and it's already disclosable. So this really deals with a category of items that don't come forward to you.
Excuse me, what items, I'm sorry, this is just a follow-up. What items do not come forward to us that would, as a result of this, just to give me a sense? I'm kind of
there might be, oh, I'm sorry. There might be a contract that we're seeking advice for that is under $10,000 that would not normally come to the council for approval, that is within the city manager's authority to execute. We do have those periodically. So that is something that would not come to the council unless the advice went over that $10,000 and then the amendment would be brought to you. But the initial contract would not. So they're not frequently, but there may be some that happen. And we would just like to you know, in the interest of full transparency, just let the public know this is what we are doing.
Okay, thank you very much. I was wanting to hear that explanation, so thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, so this is, these are contracts that do not come before the city council. How will the city council, how will the public know that they're available?
Well, they could certainly ask. A Public Records Act request could be made for certain types of contracts or legal services agreements. So a request.
Right, but if we don't know that they're there to request, how the, you know,
Well, the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that all contracts that we enter into are placed on the website. And Pam, is that, am I not correct?
I don't think these agreements that you're speaking of, I don't think they're put on the website.
So I will say this, that there are a number of contracts that fall under the city manager's signing authority, that $10,000 is signing authority, and that get entered into. There's a special privilege attached to just contracts that are legal services agreements. And so what this is doing is sort of making legal services agreements that don't come forward to you equally available to members of the public as those kinds of contracts that would be for things other than legal services. Again, with the proviso that if there is something in a particular legal service agreement that would need to be redacted, it could still be redacted on other grounds. I don't envision that would happen very often. But again, we are, to the extent you want to waive the privilege, we suggest you do it in a way that would allow us to withhold information that should be withheld if there is a contract out there that would have it be written that way.
okay, well, you still haven't answered my question, which is how does the public, how does the city council know that there's something to search? So I would suggest that we do what Attorney Soublé suggested, which was to put these on the website that the city clerk maintains, so that people know that there's contracts under $10,000 that were that the city entered into.
So I think we could come up with a system to do that, and we would do that for contracts going forward. And so we can report back and let you know what that system is. I am not completely familiar with what that system is, and so certainly we can make sure that we connect with the clerk's office on that.
Okay, much appreciated. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes, I just wanted to show support for that as well. And when I say that, I mean the suggestion that Councilmember Martinez had in terms of placing the contracts online, the ones that fall under your purview. I know in the past there's been some discrepancies, claim discrepancies about contracts that falls under $10,000, and I myself have had some issues collecting that information from previous city attorneys. So since we're all being transparent and we're waiving privilege, it would be nice if, we're already leading by example. So if the city attorney's office can follow suit. So that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
We do not have any public speakers.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion? Go ahead, Councilor Martinez.
I move the item.
I'll second.
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Martinez, right?
Yes.
Sure.
You're muted.
Second by Johnson.
Yeah, I had seconded, but Martinez was waving in front of the camera, so.
All right. All right, I'll give it to Johnson.
Okay.
Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates.
I just wanted to make sure that the amendment of posting it on the website was included.
Well, is that included, Councilmember McLaughlin?
I'm fine, absolutely fine with that, yes.
Okay, and the seconder, Johnson, you're fine with it?
Oh, I show a lot of support for.
Okay, now call the roll for a vote, please.
Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Sí.
Vice Mayor
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent.
He's back.
I was back. I got lost connected. What was the motion?
The motion is to approve item H4 as it reads, and to post the contracts on the website.
Well, if you post it on a website, why can't you send it to the city council members as well? I like to amend that motion to include notice to the city council as well. I don't know why we have to go on the website to look at it. If that's not the case, then I vote no.
Okay,
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead, City Attorney.
There are a lot of contracts that the city enters into for under 10,000. And though all of the contracts aren't forwarded to council, I guess if we're putting it on the website and treating this just like we would treat other contracts entered into for under 10,000, are you still wanting us to send the legal services agreements to you as well?
Well, I like to see them because I have no idea during a year's period of time whether we're spending 200,000 or 50,000 or $500,000. No council member on this council can emphatically state that we only spent $100,000 on contracts under 10,000. And if you want to be ignorant of the amount that we're spending, that's your prerogative, but I don't appreciate it.
So the other way to do it is I just report to you over a period of time the number, so you're not having to track contract by contract. And I'd be happy to do that. Provide the council as basically a spreadsheet rather than giving you contracts by contracts. I'm happy to do it either way, but I'm thinking it may be easier for you to read and have the context if I give you the information on a periodic basis rather than on a contract by contract basis. Happy to do it either way.
Will that work for you, Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates, will that work for you?
As long as I have some awareness of what's going on, that's all.
Okay, all right. Well, we got a commitment by staff, so I don't think we have to re-vote on this. Okay, the next item is item H5. The city attorney asked me to continue that for a week. So unless the city council objects, I will continue it to the meeting next week.
Yeah, thank you to the city attorney for that. I know we'll have a chance to review it more. Yeah.
Okay, the next item then would be item H18.
Item H18 is to approve amendments to the contracts with Municipal Resources Group, LLC, and with Regional Government Services, each in the amount of $20,000 for a total amount not to exceed $30,000.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, were there any speakers? Shouldn't we if there were, I don't know if there were, for H5, should we let them speak?
No, because we took it off the agenda. It'll be on next week.
All right, well, people may have waited to speak, but I think it's fine. I mean, unless, how many speakers were there, City Clerk?
I did not see any hands for that item.
Oh, you don't see any speakers? Oh, okay.
Not for that item. We're on a different item now, and I do see hands that are being raised.
Now we're on item H18. Would you read that, please?
Approve. Item H18 is to approve amendments to the contracts with Municipal Resource Group and with Regional Government Services, each in the amount of $20,000 for a total amount not to exceed $30,000.
Who took this off the agenda?
I took that on H19. So
Do you have a specific question?
Yeah, I would like more information about because it says that is too so actually I wanted to see if we can discuss age 18 and age 19 together, because it's kind of like some of that is the same contractor like RSG. So I just wanted more clarification. I talked to Anil, especially with the age 19, because I saw that it's a contract for 250,000 and it was going to be first. I understood that it was for 3 years, but then it was corrected that it's for a year, and I feel like it's a lot of money for a year. And then one of the question is that the idea was using then because there is some short staffing, so it needs the staff and the city needs it. But I want to make sure that this is for short term and for things that we cannot do in-house, because the idea of contracting out some of the work that it can be done in-house, I don't agree with that. So, but I know that staff needs some support right now because the staffing levels. So I just want to have more clarification about that. And make sure that, like, especially age 19, which is $250,000, how that is going to be used, for how long, and just receive more clarification on that. Thank you.
Somebody on staff want to respond?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, this is Anil Kamalo, Interim Deputy City Manager. I have oversight, as you know, for human resources, and when we originally, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for the opportunity to respond to this issue. From time to time, the city needs assistance from the outside. And that could be for primarily 3 reasons. One is when there are vacancies, when there's long-term vacancies, particularly when someone is out ill for a long time, or during absences, or between recruitments. The other is when there's peak workloads. That means where there's a spike in a particular area of the city. And this could be also when there is absence of capacity. That is the ability of the staff to handle the particular kind of workload that may be in existence at a particular point in time. And the third area is the absence of expertise. So where we can procure particular expertise, bring the individuals on board, help the city staff, and then be done with it. In each of these instances, typically it's a short-term assistance that we need. RGS is uniquely qualified to do that. First of all, it's a public agency. It's a JPA. Almost all its employees are former public sector employees. They are either retirees or folks that prefer to have part-time work. And so the model that they have is that they will provide services only to the private sector, only for short term, and then they're gone. And that actually, if you think about item 18, is a perfect example. We had a need, we identified a need for FMLA ADA compliance issues. We did not have internal capacity in October and November. In desperation, I reached out to them, and they were able to provide a consultant who works probably around anywhere from 1 to 5 hours a week on handles the expertise that is missing in the in-house. And that's been has worked very well. Since then, we have had other needs, particularly right now in our finance department. They are short-staffed, and at this critical juncture, I need their help on helping with the budget and audit, and to help with the RHA accounting. So it's an expertise that we simply don't have in-house. In working with Local 21, I assured them, both in writing, we have gotten a letter signed that we'll only use RGS services on a temporary basis, and we'll keep them informed. As we have done in this particular case, we're bringing in 2 employees as early as tomorrow. Happy to answer any other questions you may have. As to the term of the contract, I had frankly intended it to be for 3 years. My mistake that somehow I didn't catch the fact that it was put in for a year. And so if the council is supportive of this contract, I would appreciate it if the motion includes making the contract for $250,000 to end on June 30th, 2024, which would be a 3-year period.
Did you get your questions answered, Councilmember Jimenez?
I got mine, and yeah, I will be supportive of like 3 years. I just don't want to, and make sure that what will be like the responsibilities for them, and that we have evaluation in a year, and if the things are not going well, that we can terminate that contract, just for to know if that is going well or not. But having 3 years and having an evaluation at the 1 year to see if that is working or not.
So when you say evaluation, one, I'll just say, Councilmember Jimenez, that we plan to be, we intend to be in constant contact with Local 21. Every time we bring on someone, we have committed to informing them. So they'll always know ahead of time, consistent with their MOUs, contracting out provisions. So my sense is that if it's not working out between them and us, they will let us know and we will end the contract. Also, I want to say that the city has no intention, none whatsoever, to contract out bargaining unit work. This is not the purpose. I just want to be explicit about that. This was simply to help staff, as I said, handle peak overload times and where there's an absence of internal expertise and capacity.
Well, it's more than about the union. It's about like just having the right personnel and the right information. Like for instance, like when I talked to you a couple of days ago, the intention was that they are going to also help to fill positions. So I think and then you told me that maybe that wasn't the part of this. So I just wanted to make sure that if there are some positions that it needs to be filled, like in youth and in the youth work, on the employment and training, that are key positions that we are seeking for filling that positions, so that the departments, especially for instance like youth work, needs these positions so they can, like they rely on grants. So this position is also to help that grant writing and to bring more revenue, so that we don't kind of like rely on this contract to do some work that it needs to be done by the city filling these vacancies.
Absolutely, that's not the intent, and that's not how we will use it. I've given my word to, yes, that's not the intent.
Okay,
Thank you for your support.
Councilor Martinez and then Bates. Unmute, Eduardo. Unmute. Martinez, unmute.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm confused by the is the amount for all 3 years, or are they for each year that we have?
My request is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I want to know what your request is. Is the amount for all 3 years, or is it for each year?
It's for all 3 years. So my request is to make the contract term 3 years with the same amount of $250,000 for the total term.
Okay, all right.
Councilor Bates.
Well, listen to Anil. What I've heard from you in the last several months is that we have a personnel problem. And that is why you're asking for various authorities to bring people in on a part-time basis. I think it would be valuable for this council to know, number one, how many employees do we have? How many employees are out on sick leave, disability leave, and what departments? When we begin to look at the manpower that is missing through these sick leaves and disabilities, and we don't have the staff to function to carry on the business of the city, the only possible way you can achieve that is to hire temporary people. But this council need to be aware of what the critical issues are as relates to the staffing within the city. And until we know that, then you're going to have questions about why should we go out and hire this person and that person. But can you provide that information?
Councilmember Bates, I think you're referring to things like absences having to do primarily with workers' comp and so on. We can certainly come to the council and provide that staff report with some data and by department. Certainly we can do that. This request is specifically about short-term in nature. It has to do with sometimes even when there's no absences, even when there's no vacancy. This is where someone comes in there for specialized, with some specialized expertise that does not exist internally to provide us with help, and then they're gone.
Well, that's a combination of factors. One, you don't have staff on the job to do the job, so you got to hire temporary. You have special demands. No staff is qualified and capable of providing that service, so you got to hire a part-time person. So I think, again, providing that information to the complete council, we get a better feel of the need for the various part-time individuals and specialized individuals that you're trying to bring forward. So I appreciate that. And I think then we can move forward with some confidence that we're trying to do the best we can. The job has to be filled. If you don't have anyone to do it, what are you going to do?
Okay, so we were going to take these two items together. Are there any public speakers on either one of them or both of them?
Yes, I see one public speaker.
Okay.
Just one.
Okay, public speaker ending in phone number 7585. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. This is Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council members and city staff. Also, this is Sean Stahlbaum calling from IFPCE Local 21, representing about 130 of the city's mid-managers, supervisors, and professional staff working at the city of Richmond. I'm calling in tonight just to bring to your attention and make clear that both items H18 and H19 involve the outsourcing of Local 21 members' work to outside contracts employers. And generally, Local 21 opposes the privatization of city work and work in our bargaining unit. Specifically, regarding item H18, these are relatively low dollar contracts for ADA interactive process services that most Bay Area public agencies provide in-house, and which Richmond has provided to some degree in-house in the recent past. We are not opposed to this contract because the services are needed right now urgently. The expertise is lacking in-house and the cost is low. However, we would like to see a commitment to transfer knowledge of this contractor and train staff, city staff, to provide these services moving forward so that the city can insource this work. Regarding H19, the background here is that the city did not act quickly enough to fill vacated positions last year in the finance department and elsewhere. No blame being placed here, but that's just what happened. And also, when the city did act to fill positions, it has been with mixed results because the city is no longer a competitive employer. 6 years and counting without COLAs for general employees and a constant narrative of scarcity continuing to be pushed by the administration is making it extremely challenging to hire. It's so bad that they're outsourcing that. So we want to ask you, we worked with the city and we appreciate that we worked with them to
Your
allow
time has
this.
expired. Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, do we have a motion on these two items?
Yeah, I move approval, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion by Bates. Is there a second?
So, but I want to make sure that the motion is for three, like in the age 19 is the contract is for 3 years, it's not just for 1 year. And as the HR director suggested, June 30th, 2024, for the amount of 250.
That was your intent, Councilmember Bates, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Who's second? Are you seconding it?
I second it.
A second by Jimenez. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. You're muted.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes, and that brings us to item J, reports of officers, referrals to staff and general reports, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports. Does anybody have any?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I believe H25 was removed from the consent calendar.
Yes, and
You're right.
items
Okay, thank you.
H18 and H19, the vote was unanimous.
Okay, yeah, all right, I'm sorry. Let's take up H25, Madam Clerk.
Item H25 is to extend the term of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force to September 30th, 2021.
Mr. Mayor, I request this item be removed from the agenda. I was not at the last meeting where much of this discussion took place, but I'm disappointed, and my RPA colleagues, you talk about transparency. And that's a good word when it applies to what you want to do. But what you did is that you brought a task force that had several people that were not even members of this community. Some had criminal records. Some had vindictiveness toward the police department. And you brought forward a recommendation and you failed to include the majority of the community. For example, the neighborhood council is probably the most effective, the neighborhood council is probably the most effective group that are knowledgeable of what takes place in the city of Richmond. They cover the entire neighborhood. It's something like 40 neighborhood councils. Yet you don't even include them in the discussion-making process. And what you're doing, you're dividing this community. I don't know if you receive the kind of emails that I received about defunding the police, not defunding the police at least. And what you're doing, you're dividing this community. And it's very unfortunate that you're not sensitive to a lot of the seniors and a lot of the people in the communities that really depend heavily upon the police department. If you look around this city, just like in Oakland yesterday, the drive-by shootings, shooting of a bus. What the hell a social worker, a clinical worker is gonna do when these kind of dramatic situations occur? And I just think it's ill-advised that you're splitting the community. You're not giving them an opportunity. Survey after survey in this nation points out that public safety, not recreation parks, not libraries, not all these other department responsibility. Public safety is the #1 priority among citizens. Crime is on the increase with the pandemic. And here you want to do is cut the police department. Ridiculous. So I think the best thing we can do is to disband this task force. They have served their purpose, and that should be the extent of it. Let's don't keep them involved to continue dividing our community. So that's my position, and I stand by it.
Mr.
Councilor
Mayor,
Willis.
yeah, just as a sponsor of this item. No, I wanted to just acknowledge what was said. And I mean, I think there's a lot to unpack there, but just in general, part of what came up at the council meeting was extending the task force, because a lot of the recommendations that were made do take more time and need more discussion and need more community output. And what I'll say in general is, just before being on the council, this was a conversation that has been going on in the community for a while. We've seen it on social media, but never has it really, at least in my experience, actually been a realistic thing that we talk about in terms of a potential decision on where the city goes to. So I do understand that it's divisive, it is new, but it's also looking at just what more is needed in terms of public safety, like what our community needs. And I've talked to segments of the community that call for more investment in youth and jobs and activities. And as somebody who's been a victim of violent crime and been organizing around these issues for years, even my own mind has changed of what I think public safety is, because I used to just think that the alternative answers were just only police. But when you actually dive down into the nitpick of the issues, more comes up, like just in general investing in the community. So that's just my input, that it's a multifaceted issue. It's definitely a controversial issue, and I'll recognize that all around. But I know it's a discussion that is being had in the community, and I think it's something that is important that continues on, because there are things that our community members need. So I just said that I would sponsor the extension of the task force, because that was a request that was made at that meeting. And I think because of how controversial this question is, and because of the intensity around it, making sure that there's a space where these conversations can continue is extremely important. And in my perspective, I do think that the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force did do a lot of effort and a lot of research and brought some valuable data that a lot of us were not necessarily privy to. So I still support extending it. Just wanted to give my 2 cents, but I do want to understand that I am seeing other folks' perspective too on this issue.
Councilor Martinez. Unmute. There you go.
Yes. I also believe that this conversation needs to continue. You know, when you have something as controversial as this, you don't just sweep it under the rug saying that we don't need to discuss it. If half the community says yes and the other says no, there needs to be a conversation. And so this conversation has started, it needs to continue. And the only way we can do that is by continuing the group that we've set up. And as far as community members being part of it, each council member assigned people to this group. So it's not as if only one side is being represented. We have chosen people from all walks of life to be part of this, and they've had their say.
Councilor Jimenez.
I just wanted to say that this was a recommendation not only made by the task force, but the staff who is supporting the task force, because they recognize that there is more conversation that needs to happen. And I just wanted to kind of like give you a little bit of background. This work started after a comment by the mayor about defunding the police last year, and the community came together to respond to that in a way that is looking at a different solution, not just to throw an idea without thinking. And what we saw on Monday, and unfortunately, I miss the opportunity for not being there, Council Member Bates and Mayor Bat. But that was an incredible amount of work and data that it was presented. It wasn't just throwing away an idea of defunding the police at the last minute at a city council meeting and see what the reaction was. So the reaction was that a member of the community came together and start working on that. And you voted last year, I wasn't here, to create the task force so that they started this conversation. And I feel like there is need to respect that there has been an incredible amount of work by members of the community. And it's just so outrageous that people are attacking some of the members of the community because they have some past that was there. So like they call criminals and all of that, but actually the idea is that people with experience on gun violence and criminal justice system are the ones who need to be in these tables because they have firsthand experience of how policing hasn't worked for them and for their community, and how there are new things that are coming. And I am going to say like that Mr. Mayor Tom Bad has been outrageous e-news and talking really bad about a really respectful member of our community, Tamisha Walker, and just calling her because the past experience. But if you look at what she has done and where she is right now, it's just tremendous work. And what it does is that she had an opportunity, and now she was able to be in, like, she's now city council member of Enya because all the opportunities that she was able to get. And this is about that. It's about what are the opportunities that we as city are promoting for our youth. And this is a conversation that needs to continue. And this is why I am co-sponsor with City Council Member Willis, that we need these spaces, and instead of shutting it down, because this discussion is not going to go away, because we don't allow that. This is going to be conversations that are taking place in the neighborhoods, in every part of this city. So I think like it's good that we as a body open that discussion here. So thank you.
Vice Mayor. John.
Yes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Jimenez, because I've been resisting the urge to give a history lesson because I loathe the history lessons that we often receive here on Tuesday nights. And I'm also like kind of like crazy because it's like I've been here long enough to be able to tell the history of something that happened. In last year's budget session, the mayor did propose to cut the police budget by 50%. And instead of making such a drastic decision in one night and crippling the Richmond Police Department in less than 24 hours, Councilmember Myrick and myself said that we need to do the real work, and we need to invest in the community and find out what it is that the community would like to see. So we all nominated someone. We nominated 3 people, actually, not just someone, 3 people. And that was not an RPA majority council. That was us. And we all nominated individuals that remained on the task force even after some council members were no longer on the council. So people were still, a part of this process. And I agree. it's a highly debated topic. I said that on the night on the night of the meeting. But we've done something in the city of Richmond already that we should be proud of, and that's elevate the level of public debate. It's no longer just this or that, where people are engaged, people are talking about this, and they're coming up with actual ideas on what public safety looks like in their city. And as I said on Monday night, and as I said like a year ago, when we started this process, we knew that things were going to change. We knew that we wanted to stay ahead of the curve. And when Chris Magnus didn't lead this city into greatness by himself, it was city input, it was the community, and there was some pushback, there was some growing pains. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like everything has been perfect for everyone and that, everything has been, smooth sailing. There are things that we can work out. And I think that's why the staff recommended that we continue to have these conversations, because there are a lot of unrest, a lot of hurt feelings, and a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation as well. And it would be really incumbent upon us as leaders of this city to not feed into the fury, but to rise above it and try to encourage the level of debate, which is why I've committed myself to a number of neighborhood council meetings, including the Iron Triangles on Wednesday night, so we can continue to have these conversations. I get the same emails you get, probably from some of the same individuals that's emailing you, Councilmember Bates. And I understand, I grew up on 5th and Nevin. Raise your hand if you know what that is. That liquor store that Mark Wahlberg was talking about, that he wanted to knock, that he's talking about knocking down because all of the gangsters hang out in that park. That's the park I walked to as a child to get hog head cheese and crackers. So I know from the bottom, I know this city's security needs. But then I also understand why some of those individuals are out there as well, and what we can be doing as a city to prevent some of that from happening. I understand. People are worried, people are concerned, and when you start talking about taking things away from individuals, people really get nervous. But once again, I think it is incumbent upon us as elected leaders of this city to not feed the fury, not feed the beast of misinformation, but to encourage public debate, attend the meetings, share truthful information with individuals, and keep our personal feelings out of it, because our personal feelings should not be dictating how we govern for the entire city of Richmond. So that's all I have to say. I have a lot of love and respect for you, Councilmember Bates. I understand where you're coming from and your experience as a probation officer and a peacekeeper. But at the same time, I would like to challenge all of my colleagues, even those who, are in favor of this position and claim to be well-read, to continue to read and continue to study and continue to be in the know about what's happening in terms of modern policing, modern community safety, and not just pin up these examples with little to no context. We have to do better. The people elected us to do better, not to feed into their fury and fury or frenzy. We have to do, I understand. Sometimes it is just simple to just shut up, and it's easier to just shut up and walk away from the fight. But this is Richmond. We don't walk away from fights here. We roll up our sleeves and we get down. And that's what we're doing.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to reiterate things that that I've said in the past, and that the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force mentions, repeatedly throughout their presentation at the meeting on May 10th. And that is that we need to address the root causes of our problems, the root causes of crime, the root causes of social ills. All this is rooted in the lack of opportunity. I do not believe that people are born to end up leading lifestyles that cause harm. I think we all have heard the phrase, hurt people hurt people. And we know we have had a lack of opportunity, lack of job training, lack of enough jobs, a lack of education. Inequitably, these opportunities inequitably, these opportunities exist in our society. So we need to present more of the opportunity and present the equity that is needed. And so I believe that's what this conversation is all about, the poverty that needs to be overcome. If we don't look at these root causes, we're never going to have a safe community. And that's what public safety is all about, a safe community. It's not all about policing. So when people say it's reimagining policing, no, the name of the task force is reimagining public safety. So that means we all have to think about what public safety really means. I think it means safe neighborhoods. I think it means having, the freedom to explore and enjoy life. And not everybody has equal opportunity in that respect. So to create public safety, we have to overcome the inequities. And that is what some of the opportunities that this task force has presented to us will do. And for those who are in struggling mode, it will provide a realistic type of response that won't harm them, but instead will bring about a more appropriate response, like mental health responses, etc. So I know this has been said before, but I have to keep bringing it up, as do my colleagues, that we are looking for real root cause solutions and deepening those root cause solutions as much as possible, or else we're never going to really have a safe public, which I believe we all want. So thank you.
Councilmember Bates, you have a hand up?
Yes. I'm listening to each one of you. And my age obviously is much older than most of you. And let me just tell you from my perspective, and I think I speak for a grassroots of the largest segment of the community. There's no denying that we have racism, we have job unemployment, we have low education, and a host of other social problems that affects not only Richmond, but this whole United States of America. And I agree with you, Gail, and some of you others who have spoken about trying to transform and make this city a safer community. But what you fail to recognize is that you started out the wrong way in attacking the very people that put their lives on the line every day, protecting you and I and others. You showed no respect. And I'll tell you, as a peace officer, I know police officers go to work every night, not knowing that they will be able to come home the next day. What you should have done is that you should have worked with the police department to supplement what they're trying to do and provide additional resources to make their job a little bit more easier. But no, you attack the police, you want to cut out, and even the chief indicated that there's some like 12 or 14 staff that is on disability. There's a dozen more employees' jobs not filled. These people are working overtime and they're burning themselves out, trying to save this community and protect all of us. What we should have done is to work with the police to supplement them, give them and fill some of those positions. But no, you want to dismantle and cut the police. Now, when you do that, who you think gonna come to your house at night on a burglary, or somebody breaking into your automobile? You're gonna bring a social worker? Or you're gonna bring some other young trainee? You fail to recognize the scope of this problem. And until you reverse yourself and work with the police department, supplement what they're trying to do, the stimulus money, we can probably try to put some money into those programs. But you don't cut the staff 10 or 15, $10 million and expect you're gonna get the same services. Senior citizens out there depend upon police protection. They don't care nothing about libraries and recreation centers and a host of other activities. They want the police when people are threatening their lives and their livelihood. So that's all I have to say. As far as I'm concerned, the task force has done what they want to do. They're not going to change. None of you going to change. So you go right ahead with what you want to do, and the public will speak and respond to it thereafter. That's all I have to say, and I yield my time.
Okay, I'd be looking for a motion.
We have public speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
We have 7 public speakers, and I'm sure more will be signing up to speak. Jesswar, can you please call the speakers?
Sure. We now have 9 speakers. I have Emily Ross, Tarnell Abbott, Mark Wasberg, Luis Chacon, Randy Joseph, Marisol Cantu, Steve Bischoff, Lisa Johnson, and Bhavin Khatri. I'll start with Emily Ross. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm going to reiterate points made specifically by Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember Jimenez. I wanted to respond to Councilmember Bates' initial statements about members of the task force, particularly regarding, as you said, people with criminal records and people who don't currently live in Richmond, as well as the lack of police perspective on the task force. This task force was formed based on this council's approval last summer. It was designed to include individuals impacted by law enforcement, so it is a good thing that it does. I know of 2 task force members that are not currently Richmond residents. I'm not sure if there are more, but the 2 individuals that I know of who have been named, task force members Walker and Soto, are longstanding community members who still work in and contribute to our community. Tamisha Walker is a Richmond native who I knew of long before I'd ever heard of Councilmember Bates or Mayor Budd or other members of this council, because she has been doing the work. Each council member appointed 3 task force members. Disparaging members of the task force seems disrespectful not only to those individuals, but also the broader communities that they represent. And the police department has absolutely had a voice in the task force process. In addition to the formal representation, I've heard Chief French and other high-ranking officers present repeatedly at task force meetings. Lastly, I support the extension of the task force. What was presented to City Council doesn't reflect the full proposals, and we know that thoughtful planning and implementation and oversight will be critical in ongoing work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident, and I think that the task force should be allowed to continue and complete their task. And I think it's a shame that some council members do not think it's worth the effort that many people have put into it. I haven't really been a great participant, but I'm aware of some of it and watched most of the presentation. and I would like to see more. So please extend the time that they have to do their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I don't know what task force you talking about. Richmond's been dangerous since 2004. In 2004, Richmond was designated the most violent city in the state of California by the FBI. Yeah, inside the Iron Triangle, at 4th and McDonald, in your neighborhood, Johnson. I never seen you out there protesting when all your black people out there killing each other, going around Uzis, AKs, and MAC-10s, You see my documentary, fool. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want to say how bad it is only in the black areas on the black criminals, but not for the law-abiding citizens. You guys don't know a damn thing about the violence because I was there. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't want to admit how violent Richmond is because the RPA is controlling the city council. The RPA is no different from the BLM and Antifa. The only non-member of the RPA is Nat, but ran on the same ticket as the RPA. That's why Richmond's so screwed up anyway. You rather have the MS-13, the drug cartel, roam around Richmond. It is your constitutional duty to make Richmond safe, the American citizens safe. That's your job. And you don't even believe in no laws. You don't believe in our Constitution because you want to implement your own type of anarchist government. You haven't been nowhere. You people haven't been nowhere, what I see. Dead bodies, drugs, AK-47s, only in the black neighborhood, stupid. Of course, I've been out there, dude. You can't tell me. I want you to look at my documentary. I was guarantee you see my documentary, you will never defund the police again. And you have the nerve crying over some task force? It takes you 20 years to figure out what's going on in Richmond. This is downtown Richmond, fool. This is the heart of Richmond. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Luis Chacon. Luis, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you all for your time. My name is Luis Chacon. I'm a Richmond community member and member of the task force. I really want to uplift that hundreds of hours of work has gone on in the last year or so as part of the task force work. And I would say that began with the mass street protests and actions and conversations and community meetings and just a lot of work in a lot of different ways. I also want to uplift the call to move away from misinformation and disinformation. It's really disappointing how uninformed and misinformed community members are and members of this council. I really encourage members of the council to come to our task force meetings, to attend community outreach sessions. We'll be reaching out to y'all for that. I really wish all of you had been at the May 10th special council meeting just so you could be better informed about what the proposals actually are and the justification behind them. I think the council member comments and even the public speaker comments really show the need for an extension of the task force to continue this conversation and to ensure proper implementation, right, with true community safety in mind, and to create a space where more folks are coming to the table now that this issue has garnered more interest recently. I also really want to uplift some of the council members' comments around the task force proposals seeking to address the root causes of a lot of the violence and problems and harm that we see in our community. And lastly, just want to uplift a lot of the work that you all have been doing, especially Mr. Johnson. I know you've been holding it down in Richmond for a long time. Thank you. I yield my time.
Yeah. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Randy Joseph. I am the chair of the Richmond Community Police Review Commission, and I'm also a member of the task force. First, I would like to resent the comments that the want to speak before Louis said that his racist comments were uncalled for and out of line, especially to Commissioner Johnson. That should not be something that should be said or should be talked to Mr. Johnson at this time. Not only do I think that the task force should be extended, it should be an ongoing process to continue the conversation to reimagine public safety, because things happen and things change, and you want to be at the forefront to make sure we adjust and make changes. Also, to directly talk to Matt Bates in this conversation, saying that we should not, we're not supporting the police. So I've heard too many officers that they're overworked and they should not be going after certain situations. And with the task force and the recommendations, getting rid of the root causes, if you get to the root causes of crime and changing the outcomes of people's lives in the city, you actually make the police jobs easier. If you get to the root cause, I'm gonna say that again. If you get to the root causes of crime and solve those things by getting people out of poverty, getting people into jobs, getting people correct and healthy mental health, and you get people housed, you make the police jobs easier so they can focus on things that they need to do. And that's what we're looking at. We're not sitting here. This is not an attack on police. It's just trying to have a less reliance on the police in our community and have the community support each other. And you do that by addressing the root causes of things. You want to make the police jobs easier. You make it so that when you address the root causes of crime, so people don't commit crimes. That's what you do. And that's the mission of the task force. And that's what we're working hard with. And we open to work with anybody to get this done. We open to work with the chief. We're open to work with anybody. We have people in task force that work with police. We have people there. We want to be part of the conversation, to come to the conversation. But don't just say, oh, we're not helping police. The things that we're doing are supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Marisol Cantu. I am a third generation Richmond resident, current District 6 resident, and current member of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. We are community members. We are of this community. We live here, we work here. We are doing community outreach here. So I want to talk a little bit about why we should be extended. To Mr. Chacon's point, we have put in hours of work with expert consultations. We've worked collaboratively with Chief Bisa. She has come into subgroup meetings. She has come and done presentations. There are representatives from RPD. There are retired officers that have informed our proposals and our recommendations. We have now started to work on implementation. We are working and excited to work collaboratively and creatively with city staff. We have a subcommittee now of 8 people that is currently being formed to make sure that we inform and make change in our city from these recommendations. And just to talk about outreach specifically, we were invited to the RNCC. We were not allowed to present. I did email the president, and I looked to reschedule that. She needs to go ahead and respond to that, and she said she would last night. During that meeting with the RNCC, we were able to set up 4 more neighborhood councils, including this Wednesday at the Iron Triangle, Thursday, Richmond Heights, June 10th.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Bischoff. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, I should be unmuted. The task force has done a lot of very meaningful work and raised some really interesting questions. And I wouldn't dispute the idea that if people were all helped to be the best they can and given the resources they need to do that things would be different. But we aren't starting from there. And the other thing is that making a major change in the police department is a big community issue. It needs to be discussed widely in the community. The task force has reached out probably, but that's not enough. that's not enough. There needs to be some really well-designed outreach and questions and all that sort of stuff. And I think the other thing is the task force. There's now so much tension between parts of the community and parts of the task force that I don't think that they shouldn't be running the outreach. The city ought to be running that outreach, maybe the city manager's office or something, so that you have a sense that there's sort of a more neutral party in this whole business. But people need to be talked to. People need to have questions answered. I mean, one of the things that I would love to see some of the burden of traffic control taken off the police. But what I'd like to know is where has that been done and how did it turn out? I mean, I don't object to a lot of the proposals or problems that are identified, but I would sort of like to have some idea that, suggestions might work rather than just say, oh, let's do that. The other thing is, I think with anything like this, you've got to have a phase-in implementation program, and you can't expect it all to change in one time. And I don't see any of that in the task force at this point. I mean, I think you have to figure how you would proceed to actually make these things work. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I just want to support what Councilmember Bates has highlighted. However, it wasn't just the police department that you disrespected last Monday and along this entire process. You disrespected the entire Richmond community at large. You have intentionally not supported conducting a community-wide survey. Many of the statistics that were presented last week were done so without appropriate context, which is synonymous with disinformation. To not insist that the chief of police or a neutral city staff representative could provide a balanced counter to what was presented was yet another missed opportunity, and in many people's opinions, intentional by design. But what is most disingenuous is to sit there on the dais right now and pretend that you cared about what the community had to say last week. On such a critical issue, you allotted the public to speak 1 minute. You then allowed yourself 5 minutes to address all of the public's comments and concerns that were raised. I didn't hear one of you address a single concern. Rather, you just endorsed everything the task force recommended without any input from Chief French, and you even criticized staff for appropriately cautioning you what is and is not allowed by our own city charter. It was shameful. Again, this has been a complete missed opportunity to strengthen Richmond. Once again, you have sowed division and not mentored the younger generations on that task force, who spent a lot of time and energy on what they've put forward to you. And you didn't teach them how to do appropriate community outreach that's respectful, inclusive of everything and everyone, and including those who don't summarily agree with you based on their own experiences. This is just, again, another way that you continue to lead the city, and it's not going to help us. It's just going to sow more division and destroy our city.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bhavin Khatri, and the following 3 speakers after that will be Sean Dunning, Ross Harris, and Osmar Huerta. Bhavin Khatri, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Bhavin Khatri, and I'm going to agree with the last speaker who said that the Richmond police and the community in general was disrespected by the task force. Well, not directly by the task force. And actually, I like the work of task force. They've done a good job of recommending programs, and I should agree with a lot of the programs. But some of these programs need to be funded by other sources. We have lots and lots of grants and a one-time fund that is made available by federal government. So we should take advantage of that, and we shouldn't do this work at the expense of our law enforcement. The lack of outreach and the hostility shown by the group. I was at the Richmond Neighborhood Council Coordinating Council meeting last night. It was appalling. We've done a lot to bring Richmond to where it is today, where we're no longer considered one of the dangerous cities to live in. And we don't want to go back to the days of those. So again, I agree with Bates. We need to work with police on this. So I think somebody did a Facebook poll which shows that 80% of the community oppose this. Task force really needs to be more inclusive. And yeah, I agree with correcting the root cause, but we should correct the root cause first, see if the results come in that are satisfactory, and then talk about reducing the police budget. So I'll yield my time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean Dunning. I'm a resident of Richmond, and for the last 20 years, I've had a career in conflict resolution, peace building all over the world, and collaborative problem solving. And I want to applaud all the effort that's put into this. I have no doubt that everyone means well. They want to work toward meaningful solutions, and I'm a little discouraged and disappointed by the disparaging comments made toward people, regardless of what side of the so-called aisle they're on. With that said, I have deep concerns about the quality of the process, not the quality of the people in the process, but the quality of the process. And I believe the motion on the table at the moment is for continuing the task force, which really has nothing to do with whether or not the budget is adopted. So I'm all for continuing the conversation, but the caveat there is let's improve the quality of the conversation such that all perspectives are not just heard and boxes checked that they were heard, but actually considered such that we work toward a solution that everybody ultimately agrees on. Now, I know that's a really high standard, but I don't think it's impossible to achieve. And one thing I've learned in my career in collaborative problem solving is the absolute best solutions always come from people who disagree with each other the most. So just take, the most opposite opinion, bring Mark Wassberg and Gail McLaughlin together, and until they can agree, we don't have a good solution. And that might sound crazy, but I believe we can get there if you guys would dedicate yourself to leading wisely in that way. And I know you can, but it means we need to work toward a Richmond that works for everyone. It's not just about now we're in power, so we're going to get our way. We can get there, and I believe in you, but we got to stop looking at just who elected us and look at everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ross Harris. Ross, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'd just like to respond to Councilmember McLaughlin. I totally agree, actually. I think the root causes need to be addressed in terms of mental health, poverty, homelessness. I really do. I guess my main perspective, my main thought is that it shouldn't be at the expense of the police department, which is already severely underfunded. And so that's my main point on that. In terms of outreach, I haven't heard about this task force until last week. So if that's any indication about what the outreach is like, and admittedly, I could be more involved in these things and probably be on more email lists, but at any rate, to me, it feels like there hasn't been very much outreach. And I think it seems like there's not enough community engagement at this time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Osmar Huerta. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. Hi, Council. My name is Osmar Huerta. I'm just here to speak in support of extending the task force. I believe that they have done an incredible job incorporating multiple sides of the truly affected groups of Richmond, which are the groups who they are directly trying to change, like, their situation. I believe that the community outreach has been very well done. I believe they've been able to incorporate a lot of individuals working on other organizations who have more experience to gain more professional and inside look to the things they are trying to address. And I believe that it is our job to really make sure that the budget implementations and initiatives that are being proposed by the task force are able to be seen through with goals clearly defined and with goals clearly being able to be met. Because there are so many outside interests at the moment, I think that it would be really hard for the task force to get any real work done unless they have the full support of our city behind them, because this was a city chartered task force. I believe that the task force should be organized into a council under the or discretion of the city council, like the library council or the city commerce council, so they would be able to directly oversee the implementation of the budget into our city, and to hopefully allow for more community involvement that people feel like they're not getting. By opening it up as a task, as a council, it would allow for community members to really voice their concerns more openly, and for community members to really influence who is on the task force and who is reimagining public safety. Because the last meeting, there were overwhelming majority of people supported the task force members' decisions.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, it looks like we have some city council speakers. Councilmember Willis.
No, yeah, I didn't look. There's a lot I have not say that I could say, but I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to accept the fact that yes, this is a divisive issue, and I got my own personal experience that has brought me A to B on this issue. But the conversation does need to continue, and this isn't the end of the conversation. So I just want to accept I just wanted to put that out there, but I also just wanted to make the motion just to end the discussion and that we move the item.
I'll second it, and I have a comment, Mayor Butt.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I just want to thank all the speakers for their input, and in particular, the concerns about outreach. I heard members of the task force talk about how they're speaking at various neighborhood councils, and I thank them for that. They'll be speaking on this coming Saturday, May 22nd, from 3 to 5 p.m. to our District 5 neighborhood councils and interested District 5 residents. So I thank the task force ahead of time. We'll have a respectful dialogue as part of this conversation, which I support fully continuing to this new September 30th deadline. I actually think the conversation will need to continue beyond that, but I certainly support this motion and am very happy to second the motion.
Okay, so before we vote, I'll throw in my 2 cents. You know, we know how this vote's going to go, so there's no surprises coming up. You know, my perception is the way we got here is that when this task force was formed, we had 5 of 7 council members who, and I don't mean this pejoratively, but it's just a fact that they held police with suspicion. They had a bias against police. And as an early speaker said, this is one of my former council colleagues, Javanka Beckles, spoke early up. She said, and I quote, "Police don't make us safe," unquote. So there are 5 council members who basically believe that, right or wrong. And between them or among them, they selected.
Can you speak? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but don't put words in any of the city council who hasn't.
I have the floor. Could you let me speak, please?
I am, but I just wanted to make sure that you don't put words that none of these city council members has said. So please speak for yourself. Thank you.
Well, you can speak when it's your turn, but in any event, so those 5 council members selected 15 of the 21 people on the task force. So what we ended up with a task force that was 2/3 or 3/4 basically had a bias against police. So it's no surprise that they came up with what they came up with. And I will echo what Councilmember Bates said. This has seriously divided our city. In the last 3 days, I've gotten over 1,000 emails from residents of Richmond who are vehemently against downsizing the police force to pay for these other programs. And they feel very strongly about it. And those people who want to downsize the police force and allocate funds to other programs feel very strongly about it. I guess what I would like to see is I would like to see some kind of accommodation and compromise so that we don't keep going down this road, for the next year or 2 years. For example, we know that we have some of these ARPA funds coming. We know that that those funds can be used for things like mental health interventions and things like that. So instead of downsizing the police force by 35 officers in order to get $10 million to pay for programs that people think are going to work better than police, why not take and I believe the allocation for mental health professionals was what, I don't know, $2 or $3 million. Why not take $2 or $3 million from that ARPA money and set up a pilot program and provide some mental health professionals to help the police out when they have situations where they've got mental health crises going on. I could buy into that. I think a lot of people could buy into it. I think a lot of people don't necessarily believe that the proposals of the task force are misplaced. They just don't want to see the police budget cut for that. So I'm hoping that the task force and the city council members who support it could start looking at win-win ways instead of making this probably the biggest thing that's divided the city of Richmond as long as I've been around. And I hope that's what happens. Now, as far as the task force goes, from what I've seen, they've worked on this for nearly a year. They've had dozens of meetings. They've made their recommendations. Their recommendations are clear. And I think it's time for them to move on and pass this on to the city council to deal with. Now, I've heard a few people talk about turning this into a permanent commission and making it last forever. We have a community. We already have a community police review commission. One of their charges is recommending policies to the police department. And so it's almost like now we've got redundant groups. We've got the CPRC, who has the job of recommending policy changes, and then we've got the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, who basically want to run the police department. And I think it's time for the task force to move on. Let the city council take charge of this. Maybe in our wisdom, we can find a win-win solution where we can implement some of these recommendations, but do it in a way that doesn't decimate the police force. So with that in mind, let's vote.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no.
So now we have our last item. Item J, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports. Does anybody have anything? Let's see. I see Councilmember Martinez hand up.
It's lowered.
Okay. Any Vice Mayor Johnson?
I had an adjournment, not necessarily a report. So
Why don't you go ahead, and I don't see anybody else with the report, so go ahead.
okay, well, quite honestly, this is our early happy Malcolm X Day, which is on Friday, May 21st. And it's in celebration of his birthday, which is tomorrow. He would have been 96 years old. So it is in honor of it is in the spirit of our brother Malik El Haj Shabazz that I would like to adjourn this meeting in honor of his, as well as the citizens of Colombia, fight for complete and unmitigated freedom.
Okay, anybody else have anything? Going once, going twice? Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Night.
Good night.